Señor Rubén, no tengo su número para pasarle la información. No le escucho. Ahora sí.
593.
Igual el video de ese tiene como 3-4 minutos de...
A ver, no le escucho.
Ahora sí
le escucho.
593-999-720-199.
De nuevo, perdón. Más 55593.
593.
Ok.
999-720-199.
O sea, el código de allá es 593, perdón.
Así es,
perfecto.
593.
Ahí está. Vamos con video. Avísame.
Le voy a escribir a ver si le llega el mensajito. Si llega, Pablo. Aquí al menos.
Señor, 593-999-720-199.
Sí.
¿Dónde está en tu Teams?
En mi Teams, voy.
Yo sé. Bueno, dale, ahí vamos.
A ver si está.
Esperemos que... Avísame cualquier cosa. Ahí, ¿se escucha los tres, no?
Gracias, Jenny.
Que te mande todos los archivos de Uruguay para que me tengas en mente. Más, ya te mandé el audio. Lo que mandé a Julio.
Que tengo.
Te voy a mandar uno. Tenemos un problema con el... Ahora, después de esta inauguración, o sea, después de...
Ya no pienso, ya me voy cada vez. Ahora lo que yo necesito es nada más dos cosas. Es que tenemos un jefe de veras, don Julio, marca presión, pero...
Jenny,
Dale, ok.
Dime.
¿le puedes pasar por favor mi número al señor Rubén? Porque me actualiza, pero no me lo agarra como si tuviera contacto de WhatsApp.
En este momento solo.
Vale, gracias. Y que me puede escribir de allí, señor Rubén, porfa, para yo guardarlo así.
Sí, de acuerdo.
Gracias.
Y en verdad que no le coge. A mí tampoco me coge.
593-99, sí, está bien, ¿no? 120, está bien.
De timbre le exprimo todo.
Ya.
¿Estoy timbrando, señor, allí? No, suena apagado.
Qué raro.
A ver.
Dame tu número.
099.
A ver, espérate. 099.
99.
99.
708-39. Yo tengo guardado, pero no sé. Me tiembla.
Ahí, ¿no?
En este momento sí.
No me contestas.
Un tema tiene.
099-99-70-839.
Ahí está.
Buen día.
Ahí está.
a través de la iniciativa Mano a Mano, promovida por el director general de la FAO. Esta integra políticas públicas de superación de la pobreza con la revolución tecnológica del mundo digital, permitiendo un salto adelante en la forma de organizar el trabajo de agricultores, gobiernos y centros de investigación, desarrollo e innovación. Para revitalizar el mundo rural, es necesario fortalecer la pesca artesanal y la agricultura familiar, que agrupa más del 80% de las unidades productivas agrícolas de la región. También se deben integrar los movimientos migratorios con políticas de desarrollo que dinamicen los territorios rurales. Durante el próximo bienio, la FAO continuará entregando su apoyo a los países, tanto en el terreno como al más alto nivel político, para transformar la agricultura y las sociedades rurales y generar un mundo rural más próspero. Este salto adelante permitirá a América Latina y el Caribe alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y acabar con el hambre y la pobreza rural mediante la innovación, la inversión y el desarrollo científico y tecnológico.
Estamos aquí en el vivero que tenemos de la Asociación de los Productores de Café, un rubro el cual pensamos nosotros y tenemos la fe que es el que nos va a sacar hacia adelante después que pase esta pandemia. Ya estamos trasplantando hacia las bolsas y después entonces las vamos a comercializar hacia los productores. Si sigue la pandemia, nosotros tendríamos que utilizar la tecnología a través de los celulares para contactar a los productores y venderle el producto. Tenemos una producción de codornices que ya está empezando a tener sus primeras posturas. Es lo que nosotros queremos tener para poder salir adelante después que termine este periodo que nos tenemos nosotros en confinamiento en casa.
La comercialización en estos momentos está un poco difícil, ya que por el asunto del coronavirus pues no podemos atender a los clientes en sus hogares. Lo que hacemos es que nos comunicamos vía WhatsApp y los clientes entonces llegan hasta nuestros hogares a buscar lo que es la producción. 100% de granja, estas posturas de gallina. Esto es parte de lo que nosotros hacemos y parte de nuestra sustentación.
Podemos estar en casa y podemos producir para el país.
Agricultura sostenible y resiliente al cambio climático. El patrimonio natural de América Latina y el Caribe es una riqueza que resulta clave para mantener las dinámicas y los equilibrios ambientales en todo el planeta. Las zonas rurales de la región contienen el 50% de la biodiversidad mundial, el 23% de los bosques, un tercio del agua dulce y el 12% de las tierras cultivadas. Este patrimonio natural provee la base para una producción agrícola y alimentaria abundante y diversa, que da empleo y que nutre a cientos de millones de personas. La región aporta actualmente un 14% de la producción agrícola mundial y el 23% de las exportaciones de productos agrícolas y pesqueros. Su sector agrícola es la fuente principal de ingresos para 15 millones de familias de agricultores y 2 millones de familias de pescadores, e indirectamente da empleo a decenas de millones más. Sin embargo, la manera en que hasta hoy se ha desarrollado la actividad agrícola ha tenido importantes consecuencias ambientales y existe un amplio acuerdo en que este sector no puede seguir creciendo de la misma forma. Desde 1970, la región ha perdido cerca del 80% de su biodiversidad. Su superficie de bosques se ha reducido. Más de la mitad de las pesquerías de la región se encuentran sobreexplotadas y casi 200 millones de hectáreas de tierras están degradadas. El sector agrícola, forestal, ganadero y el cambio de uso de suelo es responsable del 42% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero que provienen de la región. En los próximos 11 años, el 40% de la superficie de América Latina y el Caribe habrá alcanzado o sobrepasado el umbral de 2 grados de calentamiento, y para 2050 toda la región estará bajo un nuevo régimen climático, con un aumento en la frecuencia e intensidad de los eventos climáticos extremos y cambios en los patrones de lluvias y en los rendimientos de los cultivos. Si para las próximas décadas se espera una escalada del 70% en la demanda global de alimentos, ¿cómo puede América Latina y el Caribe seguir aportando a la alimentación global al tiempo que reduce los impactos ambientales de la agricultura en un contexto de cambio climático? En la FAO estamos convencidos de la necesidad de una transformación hacia una agricultura sostenible y resiliente, que será una fuente de crecimiento para la región. Para impulsar este cambio, la FAO propone a sus países miembros una agenda basada en 2 objetivos. El primero es producir de manera más sostenible, reduciendo la huella ambiental y logrando una mayor integración con los ecosistemas y la biodiversidad. Para lograrlo, es necesario reducir la huella ambiental de la agricultura, lo que requerirá mejorar la salud del suelo y avanzar hacia un uso eficiente del agua, cuya escasez es un enorme desafío. Integrar la conservación de la biodiversidad en las políticas de producción permitirá preservar la base de recursos que sostiene la agricultura y seguridad alimentaria regional. Este esfuerzo debe correr en paralelo con el manejo sostenible de los bosques, incluyendo el combate a la tala ilegal, la cogestión forestal, la forestería comunitaria y las concesiones forestales. La pesca y la acuicultura pueden ser un aporte clave para la seguridad alimentaria y a una alimentación más saludable. Por esta razón, los países deben combatir la pesca ilegal y velar por el crecimiento sostenible del sector. Reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero de la agricultura y el sistema alimentario es una prioridad fundamental. Lograrlo requiere combatir la deforestación, impulsar la ganadería baja en emisiones, recarbonizar los suelos y reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. El segundo eje del programa de la FAO está centrado en conseguir que los agricultores, las comunidades rurales y los ecosistemas sean más resilientes al cambio climático. Debemos invertir en prevención para reducir el costo de los desastres por fenómenos naturales y mejorar los sistemas de información y monitoreo del riesgo para actuar de manera oportuna y efectiva. Existe una gran variedad de prácticas productivas resilientes al cambio climático, pero el desafío es lograr que sean adoptadas a gran escala por los agricultores, las empresas y las comunidades. Para implementar estos 2 ejes de trabajo se requiere mayor inversión, un gran salto en innovación digital y tecnología y un cambio institucional profundo para construir una nueva gobernanza que involucre a más sectores de la sociedad y estimule la cooperación entre los países. El desafío que la región enfrenta es considerable, pero la transformación de la agricultura hacia la sostenibilidad y la resiliencia será una fuente de múltiples oportunidades. Con nuevas modalidades de producción, fruto de innovaciones tecnológicas, mayor inversión en capital humano e investigación, mejores políticas y mayor inclusión de los productores pequeños y medianos en los nuevos mercados verdes, la región puede entrar en un nuevo ciclo de crecimiento. Esta transformación no solo redundará en una sociedad más justa e inclusiva, sino en una agricultura que no solo explote los recursos naturales, sino que los potencie y los valorice. Ahí está el futuro.
somos agricultores, somos los que producimos, los que trabajamos en el campo y los que alimentamos, se puede decir, a las ciudades.
Seguimos extractando miel, nosotros seguimos produciendo alimentos sanos.
Neste momento onde muitos precisaram parar de trabalhar, nós produtores não paramos para garantir o alimento em sua mesa.
No paramos porque tenemos que seguir produciendo la leche.
Las cadenas de alimentos no se detienen, pero también nos adaptamos a eso.
De pandemia nosotros seguimos trabajando con amor, con cariño, paciencia.
Onde toda a família contribui para o empreendedorismo rural.
Seguimos con la siembra para soportar esta pandemia.
Produciendo realmente alimentos de forma responsable, no solo para el hoy, sino también para el mañana.
O agro não pode parar. Mais uma vez, o agro mostrando sua força.
Quem alimenta a cidade é o campo.
Unámonos para poder enfrentar esta pandemia.
Que los productos alimenticios lleguen a toda la población.
No salir de casa, estar en cuarentena.
Quédate en casa que yo pesco por ti.
Vos, quédate en casa.
Por mim, por você e por nós todos.
Innovación y agricultura digital. El sistema alimentario enfrenta desafíos sin precedentes. El mundo está cambiando a un ritmo acelerado debido a la aparición de una enorme variedad de nuevas tecnologías. La FAO ha asumido el desafío de aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso para transformar los sistemas alimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe, mejorar su eficiencia y sustentabilidad e impulsar la resiliencia de las comunidades, la agricultura y los ecosistemas al cambio climático. La innovación digital y tecnológica permitirá fomentar la inclusión social y crear oportunidades de empleo en los sistemas alimentarios, particularmente para la juventud rural. América Latina y el Caribe tiene una gran oportunidad para lograr resultados innovadores, tangibles y a gran escala en todos estos frentes. Para aprovecharla, la región necesita desarrollar rápidamente una hoja de ruta de innovación y digitalización de su alimentación y agricultura. La FAO en la región propone centrar su actuar en innovación en 3 grandes prioridades, junto a los países miembros y múltiples socios. La primera es transformar los sistemas alimentarios para lograr dietas saludables para todos, aumentando de manera sostenible la productividad de alimentos frescos y saludables, promoviendo la agricultura sensible a la nutrición al alcance de toda la población, impulsando el comercio electrónico de alimentos frescos y saludables para toda la población, especialmente para los más pobres y vulnerables, y modernizando los centros de suministro y las tiendas minoristas tradicionales, gracias a la digitalización. La segunda prioridad es avanzar mano en mano hacia sociedades rurales más prósperas e incluyentes mediante la innovación y la digitalización, promoviendo el cambio tecnológico en los sistemas alimentarios para aumentar la productividad de los empleos rurales, agrícolas y no agrícolas, fomentando la innovación climáticamente inteligente en la producción de alimentos y estimulando el desarrollo territorial en los lugares con altos índices de pobreza e inseguridad alimentaria. La tercera prioridad regional es impulsar una agricultura sostenible y climáticamente resiliente, reduciendo la huella ambiental de la agricultura y los sistemas alimentarios mediante un uso más eficiente de los recursos naturales, conservando la biodiversidad y los servicios ecosistémicos, adaptando la agricultura al cambio climático y reduciendo el riesgo de desastres, e incrementando la eficiencia del uso del agua de la agricultura, el manejo sostenible de la pesca y la gestión y restauración de suelos mediante tecnologías digitales. Llevar adelante este programa de innovaciones tecnológicas, tanto biológicas como digitales, requiere un nuevo entorno político e institucional que garantice que sean adoptadas por la agricultura familiar, la pesca artesanal y por la pequeña y mediana empresa rural, para que se traduzcan en beneficios directos para los sectores vulnerables. Lograrlo significará crear nuevos mecanismos de financiación e inversión e innovaciones institucionales para que los países desarrollen políticas para la ciencia y la tecnología, mejoren su bioseguridad y aumenten sus inversiones públicas en investigación y sus asociaciones a nivel nacional y regional para abordar el desafío de la innovación y la digitalización multilateralmente. La FAO ha creado un nuevo Consejo Digital Internacional para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, que mejorará la cooperación internacional y el intercambio de ideas y experiencias, creando sinergias y evitando la duplicación de esfuerzos. Este consejo se mantendrá al día de los rápidos desarrollos en digitalización, trabajando con nuevas herramientas digitales y con expertos y expertas del más alto nivel. Proporcionará recomendaciones y estrategias de digitalización agrícola a actores gubernamentales y no gubernamentales y fortalecerá la cooperación internacional en los sistemas alimentarios para identificar los desafíos y las posibles soluciones. Todos estamos conscientes de la revolución científica y tecnológica que avanza a nuestro alrededor y de la necesidad que tenemos de reconstruir mejor luego del impacto de la pandemia de COVID-19. Nuestra agricultura, nuestros sistemas alimentarios y nuestras sociedades rurales deben abrazarla y ser parte de ella, como una condición indispensable de su crecimiento y desarrollo en el siglo XXI. FAO asume el compromiso de ser parte de esta tarea.
كان والدي دائم الابتسام وكان يعمل راعيا للماشية. لقد علمني أن الغذاء هو سبيل السعادة.
Porque los caminos que recorremos se entrelazan, dando vida a una infinita variedad de historias.
Les poissons que je pêche chaque jour, on ne les trouve que dans ces eaux.
我们提供粮食，滋养生命。
E noi dobbiamo nutrire il mondo.
It's time to take action.
We all have a role to play.
Добьемся лучшего в жизни и в обществе повсюду.
We need a food system that sustains lives, the planet, and protects its workers.
لأن مصيرنا واحد، أفعالنا هي مستقبلنا.
Through which the FAO at a Latin American level commemorates the World Food Day. And its slogan is to plant, nourish, and preserve together. And this involves several components, and indeed, we will be celebrating the 75 years of the institutional existence of the FAO. The event involves three components: an inaugural session, an international seminar that will be held during 3 days and that seeks to answer the question how we are able to recover and transform the food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean post COVID-19, and a third component that implies specific efforts in several Latin American countries where a dialogue will be held with the various stakeholders of food systems. But in addition to that, an important moment will be held, which is the award that will be given to the different journalists that accompany us in this tremendous effort of communicating the large amount of work that is conducted at an institutional level throughout the world. I also feel it is important to thank, above all, the presence and the effort of this Commission with important allies such as the OECD, the IDB, the World Bank, the IFPRI, ECLAC, and FIDA, that are all institutions that have also contributed to this joint construction effort, because we want to convey a very, very clear signal in terms of the fact that this is a new stage with regards to collaboration. This program that we would like to present today involves these components. And so we welcome all the different colleagues, representatives, technicians, and staff that work at the FAO. We also welcome all the staff and technicians of allied institutions and stakeholders from academia, from social organizations, representatives also from the private sector, because they all play a fundamental role in this effort. This involves a joint construction effort, and therefore we thank you all for being present here today. I would like to especially thank the representative of the FAO in Ecuador that has enabled us to undertake this logistical effort, and we are accompanied by Agustin Silverman, its representative, and he has helped us to implement this effort. The inaugural session involves a presentation video on the part of our General Director with a message for World Food Day and the 75th anniversary. After that, we will listen to a presentation of our regional subdirector, Mr. Julio Dervegue, and that would conclude the inaugural session so that we can immediately move on to the international seminar. I thank all of you for being with us here today. So let's play the video. Thank you.
FAO UN on 16th October 1945. This year is a very special one for FAO and for the global fight against hunger and malnutrition. 75 years ago today, out of the debris of the World War II, millions lost their lives in the conflict. Millions more died of the starvation. Farming was devastated. The world needed to rebuild agriculture and to meet the most basic of the human needs. Nations come together. FAO was established first. And we delivered. FAO harnessed everything at our disposal: expertise, research, statistics, diplomacy, to have the world produce more, to feed more. In the first 25 years of FAO's existence, farmer output increased by 70%. But feeding the world was not just about more hectares and more tractors. In the second quarter century of FAO's existence, we worked to make the green revolution greener and bluer too. We became drawing the world attention to safeguarding the oceans and seas. We promoted the aquaculture, and we targeted and defeated tragic animal disease. The third quarter century saw a great push for sustainability. We worked to empower smallholder farmers. We promoted a package of solutions for the global food security. We underscored that there was no such thing as an end to hunger without application of innovation, responsible investment, accessible trade of commodities, and empowering women and youth. Of the 75 years that FAO has been in existence, we have grown, nourished, and sustained the gift of our soil, the livelihoods of our people, the legacy of our planet. Today begins the next quarter century of FAO story, a time to look back at our successes, but also and measure the distance left to travel, and more importantly, to look forward to the new era. Clearly, our work is not done yet. After diminishing steadily, and the nourishment is increasing again, too many children are still wasted or stunted. Billions of people cannot afford a healthy diet as civilization moves on. Crucially, the next phase in our history starts amid the wreckage caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has laid bare the fragility of our agri-food systems, the precociousness of the agricultural labor force, the thin line that separates many families from destitution. Dear colleagues and friends, now it's a time to show ourselves worth of the FAO's founders who rose to the occasion 75 years ago. We have made a good start with our comprehensive COVID-19 response and the recovery program. It focuses on data collection, poverty reduction programs, trade and food safety standards, and preparedness against the next zoonotic pandemics. But in the longer term, nothing less than a radical transformation of agri-food systems will be needed to bring us closer to the hunger-free world. This, for FAO, presupposes the flat, more agile, and modular structure, a relentless push for the digitalization, joining the hands across the government, academia, civil society, and the private sector, and the constant pursuit of the innovation and the scientific excellence. The world is looking to us to put our actions where our words are, to be think tank and action tank rolled into one. Alongside our partners, we must be knowledge generators and facilitators all at once, together in the quest for the ultimate public good, a world free of poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. Tomorrow begins today. So on this World Food Day, allow me to thank and congratulate you, my colleagues and friends. Allow me also to spur you on to the even greater efforts until World Food Day comes, when we can look back and say, mission accomplished. Thank you.
Pasamos inmediatamente a las palabras para la.
Now we would like to offer the floor to our regional subdirector, Dr. Julio Reverguegue. Thank you, Ruben. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the participants in this event that commemorates World Food Day and the 75th anniversary of the foundation of the FAO. 75 years ago, the world faced a catastrophic outlook, as just mentioned by our general director in his video. At the end of the Second World War, millions of people had perished. Agriculture and economies were devastated, and thousands of millions of people, billions of people were starving. It was fundamental at that time to establish a global coordinated response. In consequence, in October 1945, 42 countries, many of them from our region, took the initiative of founding the United Nations Organization for Food and Agriculture, the FAO, with the very noble mission of freeing the world from hunger and malnourishment. In accordance with our constitution, this is an institution devoted, and I quote, to the common welfare of countries in the world via its collective actions. Today, we come together in the midst of a new crisis, a pandemic that puts at risk, among many other things, the progress that has been made in the struggle against hunger, especially in our region. Decades of progress are at stake during these weeks, during these days, and during these hours. At present, and before the pandemic, there were 46 million Latin Americans and Caribbeans suffering from hunger. And if projections come true, if we don't act appropriately, up to 28 million people will fall into a condition of extreme poverty in Latin America. And most probably they will suffer lack of food security, severe lack of food security. It is evident that our task is not over. The FAO works with all member states and with all of you, with all stakeholders that are interested in this in terms of finding solutions in order to face up to this reality, and especially in order to find solutions that will attack the root causes of food crises. So we face a tremendous task thinking about the challenges of multilateralism that are also at stake in these hours and days. The idea is to think about the type of relationship that we have built and how we collectively want to continue to uphold this world, which is different to the one that we know.
We are here today together to address this talk. I am very, very happy to be here with our partners from the World Bank, from the IDB, from FIDA, from OCLAC and IFPRI. Thank you very much to each and every single one of you for your contributions to this design and for fostering and promoting this event. I would like to celebrate in the commemoration of World Food Day and in the 75 years of FAO, that we have made up for this space for collaboration, which is much needed. Dear friends, from FAO, we have set the challenges that we would like to share with you. These are the priorities that have been defined by the member states in the recent regional conference, which took place just 2 weeks ago. Priority number one is, to have sustainable agro-agricultural systems that can guarantee healthy diets for all the population. And it is not a minor task what's being requested of us in a region where half of the population has at least one form of malnutrition in the region where it is the most expensive in order to have a healthy diet. We have 104 million people in the region that cannot afford a healthy diet, even if in the region we are an agricultural exporter and quite a power worldwide. That is the first task. And the second task is to bring closer the gaps in population that affect the rural population. That is to say, inclusive and prosperous rural populations, promoting these areas that have been neglected given the high levels of poverty and hunger that they face, and also to promote the development of agriculture and new techniques also that are related to the emerging needs of human society. Poverty affects 50% of the rural population. 50% of the rural population in the region live in poverty in the 21st century in a region of countries that have mid-range income levels. Half, 50%. That is simply unacceptable. We cannot think that economic growth will simply solve this problem in the region, especially when considering the consequences of the pandemic. In order to do away with poverty, we need a strategy that allows us to really pay attention to women, to youth, to farmers, to the indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants. Without them, there is no possibility of overcoming poverty in rural areas. The third priority is to try and move forward towards a sustainable and resilient agriculture. Agriculture and agricultural systems are either sustainable or simply there will be no space for them in the future. It is not a luxury, it is not an option. We must have a more harmonious relationship between the environment and the food systems. We cannot avoid the task and the relationship that these have with the environment that affect the sector and really puts the development at threat. But we must also accept that we as a sector, or agricultural as a sector, is also creating a big impact. We must be one of the main drivers, and without innovation, especially without unions, we have no way of addressing these challenges. And we know that the region has to really undertake big efforts in order to undertake innovation and must invest more in innovation. The governments of the member states have asked us to support their participation on the new international platform for food and agriculture, which is a digital platform. And this is another space where we have possibilities of collaboration with all of the different organizations and state members. All of these priorities defined by their governments are closely linked to this seminar. Solving the equations between agricultural systems and health, agricultural systems and social inclusion, and also including sustainability is going to demand a new set of sectory policies. The agenda which was set in the 80s, according to which the policy was simply based on the compass on trying to find the competitiveness of our agriculture in global markets, is no longer enough, especially now because of the devastating impact of the pandemic and the consequences that stem from that. So what are the new guidelines of these sectorial policies for the next 30 or maybe even 50 years? Well, this is a question that we have no answer to, and that's precisely what this seminar is all about. Dear friends, I want to wish you the best of success in this seminar, and I hope that this event is very fruitful. Being here is thinking about undertaking action. Let's think together and let's act together. Thank you so much.
Gracias, estimado Julio.
Thank you, Julio. And I believe it's quite important to move on to the next step, which is the roundtable, so that we can begin with the seminar as such. So from this point of view, in this first stage, we have, as I was saying, a roundtable where we have our General Assistant Director, who will be the moderator. We will also have the presentation or participation of ECLAC with Janet Sanchez. We will also have a FIDA with Rosana Polanstri, Director of the Latin American Division. We'll also have the participation of Pedro Martel, who is the Head of Environment and Rural Development and Risk Management and Disaster from the IDP. We also have a presentation from Martin Bank Nkuku, who is a global director of the world for the agricultural practices in the World Bank. Also presentation on agricultural policies from IFPRI, and also we have participation of Marian Jansen, who is the director of the Organization for the Cooperation and Economic Development, the OECD, and here we have about 90 minutes then set up for this. The idea is then that we have a round table where the different institutions will be trying to address the questions that have been said by the General Assistant Director in his introductory speech. And it's going to be very important precisely for us to have these guidelines with these base questions so that we can start putting this into actions tomorrow. So let us begin then with this roundtable on trying to build together in order to try and come up with answers and consensus that we need to come up with together. So I will leave the floor to Julio, who will be moderating this roundtable. Okay, thank you so much. Ruben has made an introduction. I needed to go no further regarding this. So let us go into the first presenter, really. As was said, each of you will have 10 minutes, and you will be warned when you have 3 minutes left. Obviously, you can speak in English or Spanish, as we have the help of simultaneous interpretation. So first, the floor will be given to Janet Sanchez, dear friend of mine and a director of the National Division of the ECLAC. Janet, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, and when you are 3 minutes before the end, we will let you know. Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate FAO for the 75 years playing an important role and making important contributions to the rural world and to the agricultural systems in the Latin American region. With me, I bring the greetings of Alicia Barce, Executive Director of ICLAC, who unfortunately was not able to join us today, but it was important to have someone representing ICLAC on her behalf in order to address this very important high-level seminar. ICLAC is very pleased to be an ally and to have an ally as FAO, which is so important in order to address the big challenges of our region. This is quite a particular moment. We're right in the middle of a health emergency, which will have an important economic and social impact in the region. On ECLAC, we have estimated that this year the regional economy will have a fall of 9.1%. So in this scenario, it is estimated that by the end of 2020, the per capita GDP will be similar to the one from 2010. That is to say, we will have lost 10 years. In this context, 2.7 million companies will have been shut down, especially small companies, unemployment of 44 million people, poverty will increase to the levels of 2005, that is to say 15 years drawback, and in general, the drawback is 30 years with millions of people at the risk of falling into hunger. This has impacted the life conditions of important segments of the population. The governments in the region have undertaken urgent measures, some more than others, and they have been able to manage a problem which is very serious. And this has all been documented by several institutions. ECLAC has been doing its work in trying to continue by managing and observing the crisis with the 2019 observatory, where we're evaluating the impact of the pandemic in every single sector, as well as public policies implemented by the different governments in trying to address it. As part of those efforts, we have, together with FAO, put together a report on the impact of the pandemic on the agro-food sector and the risks to the population, which has been supplemented with 15 newsletters which are based on different themes that we've worked and developed together. The crisis has unveiled the importance and the sensitivity that the food system has. We understand much better today the importance of agriculture and food, because it is a sector that plays a critical role in social and political stability that 5 years prior to the pandemic, that is to say between 2014 and 2019, grew much higher than the general GDP, 5.3% rate versus a 0.6% that was the slow growth of the general GDP. So within this context, we appreciate much better the importance that it has for social and economic stability. The whole distribution chain plays a role there because it represents an opportunity to be addressed, and we hope to be able to achieve synergy with policies, with financial and non-financial resources in order to strengthen this whole sector, especially on the weakest link, which is the small producers and the family agriculture. This crisis has also taught us that the strength of these chains depends on the strength of each of the different links, and therefore we must look at this value chain from end to end. One of the weak links are family agriculture, small companies in the agricultural sector, which comprises about 18 million small enterprises, which play a key role in many of the rural sectors in the region, and which have not allowed, before this pandemic, they have not allowed for the social crisis to grow more than it did. Another weak link is the environment. We knew, given the existing documentation, that climate change was an issue and was a weak point. But this health crisis has made it even more evident because it has created the first systemic crisis worldwide, which materializes with all of the consequences that we are experiencing around the world. We also know that there is a possibility to fall into a systemic repeated crisis. All of these implies that we have to rethink in a network how the contemporary society interacts with the environment and nature, and what that implies for the agricultural sector. And this is something that needs to be debated within this seminar, and what the possibilities, context, and stakeholders are important. We must begin with a transition towards new production models that are more sustainable. In ECLAC, we have called this the agroecological transition, which is one of the topics that we have shared and that has also been mentioned by FAO. Just like FAO and some of the other United Nations agencies, we have to start transforming in order to build something better. How do we do it? Well, from ECLAC, we have considered some possibilities. First of all, we need to be creative and we need to have innovation, not only at the production level, environmental, socially speaking, but also we need to mobilize resources, which are financial and non-financial resources too, especially with the fiscal restrictions that we all face in the region. ICLAC has also proposed progressive fiscal policies as well as expansive macroeconomic measures for social protection, which are comprehensive. And in this sector, we believe that we need to trust on certain specific sectors that have high potential, not only looking at the economic dimension, but environmental and social that is required nowadays. In the last meeting, on the 38th session, ICLAC presented 7 sectors: non-renewable energy generation, urban electromobility, digitalization, manufacturing, health sector or industry, bioeconomy, circular economy, and sustainable tourism. Out of those 7, at least 5 are directly related to the agricultural sector. How to promote it, how to foster those is one of the things that I would leave for discussion within this seminar. Secondly, it is critical to have a coordinated work and new governance of all the public and private stakeholders, governments, companies, local communities, NGOs, producers, organizers, multilateral organizations. We need to mobilize the resources of each of these different instances, including the social capital that producers have in their different territories in order to favor and to strengthen the food system and the whole value chain. We live in a world of digitalization where we have had to fast-track changes, and according to the ICLAC figures, we have an increase with remote teleworking. We've also had a growth of 157% of electronic trade and education, over 60%. So although this has come to us has meant that we need to hasten some of the processes, and we have to take advantage of these opportunities in order to implement the changes and transformation in the agricultural and livestock center. We need to be able to take advantage of these possibilities within the rural sectors in order to address the fiscal restriction. I would like to close then by thanking FAO and congratulating FAO for the 75 years present in the region and for organizing this seminar together with the other institutions that have collaborated. And I believe that this event is extremely important. We have all the necessary stakeholders here from the public and private sector, from the community sector, from NGOs, and from the academy. We are here to present proposals and to share knowledge in these 3 days. I hope that this event will have excellent results. Thank you very much.
Janet, por tus conceptos y por tus aportes.
Thank you, Janet, for your concepts and your contributions and your greetings to the FAO. I would like to greet 1,240 people who are right now connected to this event via the various platforms and social networks. May you all be very welcome, and thank you very much for being present with us. Now, I would like to offer the floor to another dear friend, Mrs. Rosana Polastri, who is the director of the Latin American and Caribbean division of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFDA. You have 10 minutes, Rosana, and you will be warned when you have 3 minutes left. Thank you, Julio. Thank you very much, everyone from the Eternal City. I would like to especially greet the FAO for its anniversary. The FAO is one of the sister organizations of the UN based in Rome, as we call her in our internal language. And the best way to celebrate this anniversary is with an event that focuses on a vital aspect for the Latin American and Caribbean region. Not only is the issue important, but it is a forum that enables us to coordinate and articulate our interventions, something which is fundamental in view of the times that we're experiencing. Yesterday, I read an article where we debated whether we were experiencing or not the turning point of the history of humanity. And I believe that this is indeed a turning point and from which we cannot return. I am not being fatalistic, but I believe that this is a change that is here, that has taken place and is here to stay. I would like to highlight the place held by the IFDA and the international financial architecture to support development. We're a specialized entity, as you know, with a very clear mandate. We invest in agricultural investment. We seek to change, to promote the change of agriculture, to reduce extreme poverty, multidimensional poverty, and that is how we understand it. And therefore, in our sphere of action, the financing is devoted to improve food security, nutrition, to increase the income of small farmers, and to strengthen their resilience. These are ambitious goals, but that is the way in which we work. IFDA focuses on the most vulnerable in rural regions, especially in young people, women, indigenous populations, people with disabilities, among others. And therefore, we go where other institutions don't reach, to the most remote rural areas in many countries, and we leave no one aside. We leave no one behind. That is our slogan. Now, the COVID-19 crisis has evidenced many fragilities in fiscal terms, in social results, and so on, and has highlighted the debate on the sustainability of the development model, dependency on the use of natural resources, and capabilities and the resilience of our countries. For many years, we debated and held a dialogue on macroeconomic achievements in the region, the reduction of poverty, institutional strengthening, and the major figures showed Latin America that had made progress, but that in one way or another came to a halt. We spoke of the mid-income trap that I don't believe in, but we also took into consideration the question of the sustainability of these achievements and the driving forces of these achievements. We were also aware of the tremendous inequality in countries, and looking at the figures and averages, we saw an increasing environmental degradation and increasing access to resources and health for food security. We debated that at a macro level we were okay, but we needed reforms at a micro level. Of course, those are the most important ones because they are the ones that are often most costly also. And we have to understand that governments have a time consistency issue. In other words, there is a rational trend to focus on what will have immediate impact or what or impacts during the administration of governments. And many countries made headway with important social reforms and with social protection programs as a bridge, whilst economic growth achieved a better distribution. But I believe that the high level of informality of our economies and the weaknesses of our health systems became clear with this pandemic. We had a source of balance. We established a sort of balance, but very fragile, depending on practices and unsustainable use of our natural resources that lead to greater vulnerabilities in the long term. Now, going back to today's issue, the pandemic has evidenced something that we were aware of, the risks of unhealthy diets and the fragility of the world food system. The economic reconstruction following the pandemic represents an opportunity in order to provide a better development model that produces, in turn, better health conditions for everyone. We believe that this crisis should help us to determine how to feed today's humanity and the future humanity. We have a unique opportunity to exert pressure on policymakers to promote safer diets with sustainable production involving ecological sustainability, the recovery of degraded land, and so on. In other words, to promote farmers to produce a wider range of food and to strengthen collaboration between public health, agriculture, and food. Obviously, food research must play a vital role in transforming these systems to make them more sustainable and resilient. Now, in terms of the IFDA, we face a tremendous concern, the impact that this will have on rural poverty, and especially on small farmers. Recently, we have undertaken what we call the 3R program, which is not new, a model that we have applied in Peru when the El Nino phenomenon impacted Peru in 2007. And we immediately focused on strengthening reactivation in the short term. We promoted these programs in order to respond immediately and a non-reimbursable fund in order to support countries. However, our programs, our new programs, focus on the other two R's, recovery and resilience, and that is why we are taking into consideration in the design and in our the dialogue with in terms of policy with client countries. We believe that our intervention models work very well within that new environment, and they help us to create a greater resilience between the increasing economic, social shocks. So we believe we have evidence that those farmers or beneficiaries of IFDA programs have been able to tackle the crisis in a better fashion. And this because IFDA works building social capital, not only financing programs in regions. So we believe that our impact assessments show that our beneficiaries can even increase their income fourfold. And however, we do believe that today we face new paradigms and we can continue to do more of the same and in the same magnitude. I believe, as I said at the beginning, we are facing a turning point. There is no returning back, and as a financial institution, we must adapt to this new world. In fact, we see governments adapting policies and economic and social recovery programs, focusing on strengthening resilience and ensuring social inclusion in order to prevent the same vulnerabilities faced with the new crisis. The ability for immediate response has been impressive. Fiscal, monetary policies, stimulus, public health expenditure, the mobilization of funds via credit lines, bonuses in order to support companies and the people that are most hardly hit by the pandemic has been truly impressive. In fact, we have also evidence governments improving connectivity between different aspects of the economy. The idea is to improve trade, and we have tried to seek to improve trade, improving coordination and the exchange of information between producers and suppliers, especially at a local level. If our governments have been able to do this, well, we should also be able to do this at the level of agriculture, at an international level. However, as from our IFDA perspective, as from our competencies, we see that immediate measures for recovery and some of the midterm policies, there the medium-sized farmer is absent or is not very involved, and therefore we need the need for a rapid recovery can lead to unsustainable practices. However, we feel that there is a great opportunity in order to adjust our direction and to make sure that recovery leads us to more resilience and stability. And we are very clear that numbers in poverty numbers will increase. We're also aware that when we go beyond the threshold of poverty, when one has had a better income level in the past, it's very difficult to recover from that. And this is a major challenge for governments. On top of that, many governments have had urban mobilizations or movement of populations from rural areas to urban areas. That is viewed as a pressure, but it is also an opportunity to create new developments and to reduce the level of density of cities. In very simple terms, the small farmer is suffering from COVID-19, climate change, and malnutrition, despite the fact that the impact on small producers was not immediate. But these communication channels have been exacerbated because labor informality in agriculture reaches 74%. How can we reach them? How can we ensure that their recovery is not just short-lived? Well, that is a major challenge. The small producer somehow adapted to the situation during the first few months. There was market access programs, and that was overcome very quickly. And we can say that preferences of food consumption have changed, and that has supported small producers that have come closer to their consumer. However, we believe that the problem is much more at a medium and long term. In countries where the impact of COVID has been tremendous, small farmers have lost internal communication systems with their producers because of social distancing, and its insertion in the value chain is at risk. I would say not only in the midterm, but in the long term. And access to credit and inputs is also difficult. The IFDA believes that in order to ensure sustainable food systems post-pandemic, we need to face a certain paradigms. First of all, we need a serious commitment to coordination and the articulation of the international financial organizations. We need to work in a coordinated manner. Resources are not infinite, and every dollar that is invested in the region will have high opportunity cost. Secondly, the productive models, as we have applied, have given us very good results, efforts, but they can only go so far. The articulation of these programs with those of social protection is a pending discussion. The region, the Latin American Caribbean region, has a tremendous attaches or allocates tremendous resources to social programs, and that needs to reach beneficiaries. We need social productive programs that emphasize value chain, so that may be a powerful tool. Thirdly, the nexus between climate change and poverty is very, very clear. Poverty has disproportionately impacted as a result of climate change. And agriculture has the possibility to reduce benefits and reduce the impacts of the use and reconversion of land so that these contributions can provide food security. We are already developing investment programs where the impact upon poverty involves a 100% intervention linked to climate change accompanied with this fund. You've run out of time. And the role of the private sector and of subnational governments and development banks cannot be underestimated and they must be strategic actors in future issues related with food security. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude here. I would like to remind you that when I was a public official, I highly valued the contributions of agencies such as the IFDA. Policymakers and policy implementers are dominated by the short term and the short-term costs that they have to pay. And I cannot but imagine the pressure that you're all under. And to think of the midterm or of the long term is a luxury. Dialogues of this nature that we're conducting today and for the next 2 days and the contributions that we may make are tremendously valuable. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation and for being able to participate in this discussion.
Oh, thank you so much, Rosanna, for such an interesting presentation full of very concrete ideas and possibilities as well as priorities. Thank you so much. Now we will have the next presenter, which is from another financial institution, which is also very important, which is the IDB. With us, we have my friend Pedro Martel, who is the head of the Environmental, Rural Development and Risk Management in Disasters from the IDP division. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Martel. Oh, well, thank you so much, everybody, for having for sharing this panel, for allowing me to share the panel. I would like to congratulate also FAO for the 75 years. We have all been somehow a part of FAO, and we will continue being a part of FAO. We are allies, and we have very proudly participated and contributed, and I'm very happy for having this opportunity. Therefore, I want to congratulate FAO in its anniversary. I want to share a presentation with you. I hope that you can see it.
¿Me confirman que están viendo, por favor?
Yes, can you please confirm that you're actually seeing it?
Sí, lo estamos viendo. Muy bien.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it well. Thank you so much. You can put it into the presentation mode, no problems.
Lo que pienso hacer es hacer un recuento.
Okay, so what I would like to do is simply a summary, which is similar to what some of my colleagues have done on where we were, where we are, and where we are heading, which I believe is the purpose of this seminar. So where were we at the beginning of all of this? At the beginning of this, when I'm saying this, I'm talking about the pandemic and the COVID-19 crisis. We had worked on a framework which identified important challenges, important from the point of view of the need of having an agriculture that reduced the environmental impact or impacts that it could have. Also that could produce a healthy food in order to contribute to a better quality diet. Also that would reduce inequality and poverty. These are all topics that have been mentioned by the previous presenters, as well as something else that's quite important, which is the increase in production based on sustainability and productivity. We saw that the productivity of Latin America was increasing in the agricultural sector steadily, But from 2012 to now, it slowed down a bit. And this is very important because there is something that we must look into, that we must be concerned with from the point of view of productivity. Undoubtedly, if we think that we have natural resources that are under threat and sustainability conditions that we must rethink. So these allowed us to think on some of the things that we needed to address. So all of these is then within what we have considered a food system. So we still talked about food safety as one element, as one part of these challenges and framework. So now I would like to focus precisely on that area because that is one of the topics that has come up. It was mentioned by Julio. It was mentioned by Jeanette also. It is important. The number of people that are in poverty levels and also the number of people that are falling within the food security issues. So that's precisely one of the things that I want to address so that we can start setting up questions for the following panels. So where were we when we looked at food availability or food security? So from the point of view of availability, this is a region that has enough supply of food. It is an exporting region to the rest of the world. Yet there are serious problems to access. I mean, there were access problems already before the crisis, and in 2019, this has only increased. The level of poverty increased, more people with food security problems, especially now during the pandemic. Food utilization has shown that in Latin America, we have the triple burden of malnutrition, undernourishment, obesity, and micronutrient deficiency. These are important topics that we must not overlook. Also, when it comes to food stability, this is a region that is under threat to natural disasters. And along the timeline, we have seen that it has been highly impacted by these natural disasters. Right now, in Central America, there is a hurricane, the last one in this season, that is affecting the life conditions of the population in the area, and that could have an impact also on food security. So, with this in mind, this is where we were. We have now the pandemic, and we at the bank have thought, what can we do? How do we assess all of this? So we started doing work together, and we started by just having brainstorm ideas. We went out and we applied some surveys to see where we were a few months after the pandemic started. At the beginning, the crops had not been affected. There was no important, but there was two-thirds that were already experienced in terms of crop sales, and also two-thirds experienced reduced prices of the food stuff. We also came across that many of the producers were already looking for mechanisms to try and address this by using some of the assets that they had. And also, we started coming across issues regarding access and liquidity constraints, which implied that they were having problems in terms of access to transportation. Also, we came across, or farmers actually came across the problems that along the whole agricultural value chain, they were experiencing issues. And this was mentioned by Julio. This is multi-sectorial. That is to say, we cannot think that we're going to solve everything from the point of view of agriculture. Farmers are telling us that there are things that go beyond agriculture. For example, transportation, the supply chain is being affected or was being affected by the pandemic, but not only because of the pandemic directly, but also because we have problems regarding infrastructure that's affecting the efficiency of the whole supply chain. And this is something that came up in all of these surveys that we did during the first stage. Something else that's important that I would like to highlight is that at the beginning, there were no major impacts with regards to agricultural trade. And that was mentioned by many of the ministers. I have been invited by FAO, and the ministers have mentioned their commitment in order to keep open trade in order to facilitate the flow of food stuff. So there was no serious or structural problem in these regards, and that is important in order to set the foundation for the discussions that are coming ahead. So in summary, we had, you have 3 minutes left. So we have liquidity problems. We had problems regarding access because of poverty. We've mentioned this before, malnutrition, and also food stability. So let me go and address the challenges, and I hope that the 3 minutes that I have, I can do them by covering this so that we can come up with questions. So when it comes to food availability, what should we really be thinking of? How we should be really trying to increase the efficiency of food production considering environmental sustainability. This is very important. Trying to improve commercial or trade exchange, but also considering CO2 emissions. This is something that we have to keep in mind. When it comes to access, we need to increase the income of poor and vulnerable populations. This is one important challenge. Creating the social safety nets, reducing poverty, increasing income from agricultural activities like access to the value chain, but also having policies that will guarantee competitive food prices. It is very important to say that for the coming discussion. Also, regarding food use, the food diversity, we must consider how we can have an appropriate food diversity both on the supply and demand side. Also, food safety, and when it comes to stability, well, sustainability, we have to remember social and environmental impacts, climate change, market fluctuations, a pandemic also, as well as how we can have an appropriate diverse supply and demand of food. And I would like to close by saying there are some topics that are cross-cutting for food security. Technology and innovation was mentioned by the General Director of FAO. Julio also mentioned that it is very important. We must think about productivity, the environmental stewardship. Also, we talk about the negative impacts all the time, but we don't always talk about the environmental services and stewardship that we can provide. Food safety, as well as digitalizations, which is very important for Latin America. We have access to rural telephony and mobile telephony, but that does not mean that we're actually using all of these tools. We're not taking advantage of digitalization in order to disseminate and in order to help rural communities to transform. Employment has plummeted. This is like the big elephant in the room. Employment has decreased. So what do we need to do ahead of time? Thinking about employment opportunities. What are the kind of work or employment conditions that we want in the future? This is very important. Not only do we need to talk about some of the institutional things, but also sustainability, social sustainability, having equal opportunities for everybody. And in the center of all of this, then the question comes up. Who is going to be doing this? What is the institutional capacity? Who's going to be leading this? It's not only us, but also the countries who, where, what part, a public role, a private role, local governments, and then in order to bring this to a close, macroeconomic policy. This is something that's very important to me, which is very important for the Agricultural and Livestock Center. Let's not forget this, how macroeconomic policies can be impacted by the economic and fiscal policies. Trade, we must have macro trade. We must continue the same lines that the ministers of agriculture have set. Thank you so much.
Quiero dar la bienvenida a las casi 700 personas.
Thank you, Pedro. I would like to welcome the practically 700 people that have joined us just now. So we have 1,895 participants in this seminar. We would like to continue. We will push ahead with the international financial institution presentations, and I would like to offer the floor to Mr. Martin van Nieuwkoop, who is Global Director of Practice of Agriculture and Food of the World Bank. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thanks very much, Julio. I will do my intervention in English. It is a great pleasure that I join you today in this inaugural session. To celebrate FAO's 75th anniversary, as well as the World Food Day in Latin America. I will cover three parts in my intervention today. First, reflection on our diagnostic of the challenges and opportunities of agri-food systems in Latin America and Caribbean. Second, a few observations on the way forward. And third, what the World Bank is already doing. When it comes to the diagnostic, it's clear that agri-food systems in Latin America and Caribbean are critically important because of the multiple contributions to growth and trade, promotion, job creation and poverty reduction, enhancement of food and nutrition security, and preservation of ecosystem services. The region, as I said before as well, is the largest net exporter in the world. And whereas commercial agribusiness drive agriculture powerhouses such as Brazil and Argentina, it is estimated that more than 50% of the region's agri-food production comes from an estimated 70 million smallholder farms. The region hosts 57% of the world's remaining primary forests and a substantial share of the world's biodiversity. Yet agriculture has a large environmental footprint. Agri-food and agriculture in lag consumes over 75% of the region's water and 36% of its land resources. In Latin America and the Caribbean, in the region, agriculture, without accounting for forward and backward linkages, it accounts for about 50 to 20% of GDP in more than 20 countries, and for a significant share of employment. Although only about 80% of total population lives in the rural areas, about 50% of the rural population in the region lives in poverty and includes some of the most marginalized populations. Nearly 60% of the population is overweight or obese, and about 5.5% of the population is undernourished. Now, let me talk a little bit about the way forward. Recent projections suggest that the COVID-19 pandemic will result in a 7.9% fall in regional GDP for this year, a number with no parallel over the last century. As things look now, Latin America and the Caribbean will be the hardest hit region, and a direct consequence of this will be fewer jobs and more poverty. Right now, most economies in the region are facing several interlinked major challenges, including addressing a health crisis, recovering from a severe economic recession, while addressing the needed transformations required for inclusive growth and sustainable development that delivers a resilient path out of poverty for everyone. The region's critical role in keeping global food supply chains well stocked is more important than ever, given the many potential risks to food security posed by climate change, COVID-19, and other threats. To be better prepared for shocks in trades, it is critical to know the strengths, weaknesses, and strategic opportunities for the lack of food systems. And a new World Bank report just aims to do that. It is titled Future Foodscapes, Reimagining Agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean. This report will be launched this month, and I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to provide a preview of the main conclusions and recommendations of this report. With the goal of providing a menu of options to encourage the emergence of more productive, efficient, inclusive, nutrition, and climate-smart and resilient agricultural food system in the region, the report identified a set of 20 proposed actions consisting of policy reforms, institutional reforms, and investment choices. Some of the proposed actions can be considered imperatives either because they are guaranteed to pay off or because they are needed to protect against risks. I mean, respective examples, making agri-food systems climate smart and strengthening defenses against foodborne diseases are examples of those imperatives. Other proposed actions should be considered strategic choices, as they are designed to keep options open for possible future moves, as well as so-called game changers that could fundamentally change the trajectory of the region's agriculture and food systems. Respective examples of those strategic choices include supporting the development of biofortified foods and nutraceuticals, or declaring a war on junk foods. The report makes the case that whether we are food consumers or food producers, taxpayers or policymakers, we all have a stake in greening agriculture for the ecological stability of the planet. So when it comes to implementing change, while a lot is currently expected of farmers, it doesn't mean everybody else is off the hook. On the contrary, I mean, everybody involved in producing, processing, distributing, or consuming food must do their part, which is to say, basically all of us. Consumers can play their part by demanding quality food products that reward sustainable and inclusive practices. I mean, companies can do their part by sourcing responsibly and ensuring market transparency. And governments, I mean, can do their part by reducing subsidies with perverse impacts, while increasing investments in research and development and creating positive incentives for farmers to embrace resilience and sustainability. Furthermore, the report argues that technology, especially digital technologies, can have a transformative effect on agriculture and food systems, but it's a two-edged sword. If properly leveraged, it can have enormous benefits, for instance, in mitigating against or adapting to climate change and improving the stewardship of natural ecosystems. But if improperly managed, it can leave millions behind. The report acknowledges that there are no one-size-fits-all solutions and offers a customized range of proposed actions whose desirability will depend on countries' priorities, resources, socioeconomic context, development path, and stakeholders mix. What is clear though, is that business as usual is not an option. I mean, now more than ever in the light of COVID-19 pandemic, agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean demand attention from policymakers due to the critical roles they play in the region and worldwide. So this is a preview of the report that will be launched later this month. Now let me turn to my third part of my intervention and reflect a little bit on what the World Bank is doing.
You have 3 minutes, Marty.
Very good. The World Bank Group is committed to contributing a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food system in the region. In this respect, a recent successful example which holds growth potential for being scaled up is the Colombia mainstreaming sustainable cattle ranching project. I mean, this project has helped family farms in 5 district zones of Colombia to adopt silvopastoral systems that combine trees with pastures in a beneficial combination for farmers and the broader environment. The project resisted a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from avoided deforestation and forest degradation, an increase in carbon sequestration at the farm level. About 1.6 million tons of net accumulated CO2 removals resulted from, among other, avoided deforestation and the conversions of pastures to dispersed trees and secondary forest conservation. About 38,000 hectares have been converted to silvopastoral systems, increasing incomes by up to over $500 per hectare and boosting milk productivity. Another example is the ongoing Uruguay Sustainable Management of Natural Resources and Climate Change project. This is successfully supporting Uruguay's efforts to promote farmer adoption of climate-smart agriculture and livestock practices and improve natural resource management practices in project areas. Taking a climate-smart agriculture approach, I mean, the country has quadrupled its agricultural production within a decade, while increasing the resilience and adaptation of their productive systems to climate change and significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions associated with food production. And with a population of about 3.7 million people, Uruguay currently produces food for 28 million people. The vision by 2050 is to produce food for 50 million people. Some 2.5 million hectares of land are already under sustainable land management practices. And finally, in direct response, to the effects of COVID-19, the World Bank activated immediate funding for Haiti's agriculture sector to support food security in the context of COVID-19 pandemic through our Haiti Resilient Productive Landscape project. Nearly 35% of Haiti's population already needed urgent food support before the crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic can worsen the situation due to external threats, such as fluctuation of the global markets, decreased remittances from overseas, and the closure of the border with the Dominican Republic, which will further limit access to food supplies. The financing is safeguarding production for the next cropping seasons, maintaining purchasing power of the rural and urban poor, and preserving the food markets and value chains. With those reflections, I would like to hand it back to you, Julio. Thanks for having the opportunity to share a few thoughts about this important topic, and congratulations again with FAO's 75th anniversary. Back to you, Julio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you for a very, very interesting presentation. We are all looking forward to reading the report. Please make sure to share it as soon as it is available, please.
Por favor, compártalo con nosotros en lo que esté disponible. Vamos a pasar entonces al señor Johan Swinen, también un amigo muy querido, quien es el nuevo director general
of IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute, based in Washington, one of the top-ranked research institutes in the area of agriculture, food systems, and nutrition. It is really an honor to have Johan with us today. Johan, you will have 10 minutes, and we will let you know when you have used 7 of those 10 minutes. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Julio. The honor is all mine. This is it's great to be here, great to be invited to celebrate with you the 75th anniversary of FAO, and of course its activities in the region. I have a PowerPoint. I'm going to see if I can share my screen if that's allowed. Yeah, here it is. Screen. All right. Are you seeing my screen, my slides?
Yes.
Please confirm.
Yes, it's
okay.
It's perfect.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was informed I had 7 minutes, so I'm actually going to have. I got some extra slides, so there should be plenty here. Right. So let me. Several of the things I'm going to mention have been said already, because several of the presentations were actually really good, covering some of the similar issues. Let me start by emphasizing that I have a bit of a more global perspective, and then focus on some of the Latin America, Caribbean relationship to that, or perspective. So we know by now that healthy diets are out of reach for many people in the world, much more than one may have imagined before some of the studies on this. And so we estimate now that more than 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, and in particularly for the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, so the so-called Eat Lancet diet, which I'm sure most of you have heard of, is equivalent for the mean household income in the region. It accounts for 30% of that household income, such a healthy diet. What is even more worrying in a way is that if we see that what's happening with global hunger in the world, the world has made major progress over 25 years until the mid-2010s, until roughly around 2015. But over the past 5 years, we've seen a turnaround. And so these numbers are from FAO, so I'm sure you are very familiar with these. On the right-hand side, have correlated these, if you want, which has happened with growth per capita in both in Sub-Saharan Africa and in Latin America and the Caribbean. And you see clearly that income levels are basically, or per capita incomes are very strongly correlated with this increase in malnourishment. Other factors that play a role are conflict, and conflict is partially caused probably by the increase in climate change, so in climate change that's going on, And so here again, you see that also there, over the past 5 to 7 years, there's been a very significant upward shock on what's that called, the temperature anomaly relative to the average temperature as well. Okay, and so these things are really important looking forward. So these things were happening. What's important, I think, in the current discussion, these things were happening before COVID struck. And so what happens is now what we have with COVID is these additional poverty numbers, or the growth in poverty numbers and the fall in healthy diets and in healthy nutrition is coming on top of these already worsening developments. Our estimates put the impact on global poverty at around up to 150 million under certain scenarios, obviously. And a significant, most of that is in sub-Saharan Africa, but there's also quite a big share in Latin America. I'll show that in my next slide. What's important if we think about food security is not only to look at the malnutrition, of hunger, the shortage of the amount of food, but also the quality of food. And there we see, so these are based on simulations from our modeling group in IFPRI. And so they model a significant shift from the more expensive but more healthy food and diets towards basically basic grain staples, which are cheaper but less healthy. We have a number of survey data coming in right now from various countries in the world, and they are largely consistent with these simulation results. So this is, on the way, it's good that they confirmed the model prediction, but of course for the malnutrition in the world, it's a bad sign. Here are some numbers from modeling exercises, which was done by IFPRI together, I think, with the IDB. Eugenio Diaz-Bonilla, I think he's on the call here, and who will be talking in a panel later today, will provide more details on this. So these estimates put the impact on GDP in the region as far as a -5% compared to a no COVID development in 2020. And so the prediction for 2021 and 22 are, we have an optimist scenario and a pessimistic scenario. And you see that the pessimistic scenario for 2021, 2022 are almost close to the impact of today of 2020. But even under the optimistic scenario, we see there's still a significant decline in GDP. The numbers on poverty tell a bit the same story. So we see a significant increase in the number of poor people. This is the $1.9 per capita indicator in 2020 compared to 2019. And both under the pessimistic and the optimistic scenario, still in 2022, we see that the number of poor people are actually going to be higher than in 2019. And so this is, of course, important for policy and thinking forward for the future, for the coming years. We know that COVID is reinforcing inequality in the world. And so there's a number of reasons why that is especially strong on the food and nutrition security side. So I've listed here 6 different reasons. One is that poor people obviously spend the largest share of the income on food. Their main asset is physical labor. They typically don't have a lot of capital or don't have a lot of land, and the quality of their labor is typically low-skilled labor, so they have to go out, and so they're more affected both by the virus itself and by the lockdowns to fight the virus. We also see that their value chains are more affected typically, and that's for both on the private side and on the public side. So public social and nutrition programs have been disrupted, and also the private food value chains have been more disrupted in poor countries because they're typically more labor intensive. We see also our information is that these disruptions were particularly important in the early months of COVID, when COVID spread, and that in recent months there has been a lot of reorganization of value chains to overcome. That's both on the public and the private side, and I'll come back to that. And I was really interested to see the presentation from our colleague from IDB to show how
you have 3 minutes
have developed now. Also, access to health services is more difficult for poor people, and obviously, not obviously, but children, women, and particularly people who live from migration to work are more affected. Women are especially vulnerable. We have a number of studies on this, and here the point is that they are more affected both in the short run and in the long run, affecting their empowerment because a lack of access to schooling right now. And so the dynamic effects of that. And so the implications for policy is there that policy should adjust themselves in order to basically preempt these gender effects, or basically to target particularly gender effects in terms of countering the effects of the disease. What's interesting, and let me, on the policy side or the policy thinking side, if you want, I'll point at two important things, I think, is one is on this restructuring of the food systems and the supply chains in general. We see, obviously, these supply chains, when we think about, there's a lot of heterogeneity. We have global, local, labor or capital intensive, large, small companies involved, short, long, etc. And of course, it matters, and the way COVID affects them matters a lot. What we see all over the world, really, and also in Latin America, obviously, is there's a lot of innovation going on right now. And one example of this is digital growth in supply chains, e-commerce growing rapidly, ICT solutions to overcome the bottlenecks that exist right now. But also in, for example, a lot of social innovations, community innovations to overcome local bottlenecks. Then another thing what we observe, and the World Bank has been collecting data on this, we have been doing some work as well, is that we see a large expansion of social protection schemes all over the world. And basically, I think that's a good sign, because this is also something which potentially has important long-term effect if these social protection schemes have been expanded now through COVID, but may have a longer-term effect once they have been implemented in a number of regions or places where they did not exist before. Let me then end with this slide. I think if we look forward to the future, on the one hand, COVID-19 is obviously creating all kinds of problems, but at the same time, I think also from a political economy perspective and from a technology perspective and an organizational perspective, social organization, industrial organization, it also creates a lot of opportunities, I think. We see much creativity and innovation in the value chains taking place. We see in a number of countries as important policy reforms being introduced, which were not possible in previous years, decades. And so the political environment has changed to the extent that this is possible now. An example is India, where very important reforms are being introduced. And so I think from crisis management, moving to the opportunity to create more resilient, more sustainable, and also more inclusive food systems is really an important way of looking at it at this particular point. And I think there's a very important role to play both for public policy and for the private sector, and particularly also the interaction between both is very important to look forward, or to basically to consider and to put on the agenda. I just had this my last slide with some information on if people are interested on some of the work we're doing on inclusive food systems, global food security, etc. Thank you very much for the invitation, for being here. And again, congratulations on your wonderful holiday, not holiday, anniversary, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johan. I appreciate your presentation. That slide where you estimate 30 million people falling into poverty in 2020 and 25 to 27 million in the years to come should really focus our attention on the urgency of acting and now. Thank you so much for your intervention. Y ahora continuamos con nuestra última panelista de este foro. Después tendremos.
And now we continue with the last panelist of this forum. We have with us Mrs. Marion Jansen, who is the director of the OECD's Trade and Agricultural Directorate. Marion, you have 10 minutes, and after 7 minutes, we will let you know that you have 3 remaining minutes. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you all here today in this 75th anniversary.
Very happy to be with you here today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the FAO. Happy to celebrate really because having occasions to celebrate appears to be a bit rare in the current time. So happy to celebrate with you, happy to celebrate an anniversary, happy to celebrate our collaboration with FAO. That is a long-standing and in our view, very successful collaboration. Happy also and pleased to celebrate our collaboration with.
We lost your sound. You're muted, Mario. There we go. Now you're unmuted and muted again. You're muted now. You continue to be muted. No. Sol, no es algo de nuestro lado, ¿verdad? Es algo que pasa del lado de ellos.
Ciertamente, señor Julio.
Gracias. Don't worry, we'll give you a couple of minutes to get it fixed. Esperemos unos minutos a ver si Marion puede resolver su problema técnico. Digitalization, dijo Martin, es a double-edged sword, es una espada de dos filos y efectivamente.
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you now, yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Don't worry, get settled.
I had to change computer.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm very sorry for this.
No hay problema. Empezamos con tus 10 minutos limpios a partir de ahora.
Gracias. Y yo estaba diciendo que tenía ganas de celebrar y se me fue la pantalla.
I was saying that I was very glad to celebrate different things and suddenly my screen disappeared.
Mute button was. So happy to be celebrating this collaboration, happy to celebrate also the collaboration with 3 OECD member countries in the region, Mexico, Chile and Colombia, the acceding country Costa Rica, and 2 partner countries, Brazil and Argentina, with whom we work closely together on the area of collaboration of agriculture. And happy really to celebrate collaboration because it is our impression, and it's an outcome of many of the consultations we are having in this period, that collaboration, working together, is more important and will be more important than ever in this difficult period. Our collaboration with FAO has very much focused on working together on data, on knowledge. We consider this collaboration important in order to help policymakers to take evidence-based decisions. Our collaboration is also very much taking place in the field of ensuring transparency and information, something again that is important in this current context. We believe that our collaboration in the area of AMIS, the Agricultural Markets Information System, has been particularly important during the COVID-19 crisis. This system put in place after the most recent global recession, the great financial crisis, has provided information during COVID-19 about the availability of certain food items. And together with colleagues at FAO and other organizations, we have provided information to our stakeholders on what is going on in agricultural markets during COVID-19. This was, in our view, important to calm down spirits, to avoid panic, to destabilize market and help to maintain a stable functioning of agricultural market. And frankly speaking, after 20 years in international organizations, I think there have not been many occasions where individual staff members in different organizations have made such a difference. We have seen very positive things done by governments also. We've seen green lanes being established to ensure that essential food products could cross borders rapidly during the crisis. We have seen some countries introducing policies that were not so good, like export restrictions, but in many cases we have seen a rapid change in these policies, notably thanks to the AMIS work. So this is, in our view, a reason of a good example of success, but of course not all has been rosy. Agricultural markets have suffered during the crisis. We are thinking of logistics disruptions that we have seen in a number of markets, and with the continuation of restrictions to cross-border travel, this kind of logistics problems may continue to occur or become more severe in the times ahead. And indeed, another aspect that is likely to affect agricultural markets is the continuation, a possible continuation of the recession more broadly. A few weeks ago, the OECD published an intermediary OECD economic outlook. We presented 3 scenarios there for the year, 2 years ahead: the expected scenario, the positive scenario, and the negative scenario. The negative scenario was a double hit scenario. Well, with 6 weeks ago, we were still presenting the expected scenario data. Now we are presenting the negative scenario data. And this is the scenario that my colleagues in the OECD will continue to work with in the coming weeks. And in that scenario, much like Joe has said in his presentation, we are expecting a GDP levels to be below 2019 levels by around 2 to 3% in 2021. So it's continuation of GDP to be below the 2019 level by a significant percentage point. What does this mean for agricultural market? What does this mean for food systems? Now, lower demand, lower GDP means lower demand. So we expect that the consumption of key agri-food processes products will be between 0.5 to 2% below 2019 levels in 2021. Now, lower demand will have an effect on prices. We are currently assuming that food prices may be around 15 to 18% below previous levels in 2021. Lower food prices means lower incomes for those working in the agricultural sector. But it may also imply lower probability, lower access to food, not because the food prices are low, but because of the GDP drop that we are expecting. So we are expecting that potentially in 2021, gross calorie consumption may be 1% lower than before the COVID-19 crisis. So when we talk about food systems at OECD, we look at 3 aspects, at a triple challenge. We look at, can food systems feed those working in the agricultural sector? Now here we are concerned about the price drop I just mentioned. Are people able to feed themselves? Here we are concerned about the drop in gross-calorie consumption that I just mentioned. And then what is happening to the environment? On this latter point, we are also concerned. One of the things we are seeing in the current crisis is that countries start to provide financial support to all kinds of sectors in the economy, including the agricultural sector. This is something that the OECD in general supports. It's a good thing. It is good to support those who are losing their livelihoods. But the way in which this is done can be highly market distortive. And it's sometimes also done in a way that does not support the transition towards green technologies that would be better in order for the agricultural sector to be more sustainable in the future. So we are concerned in our current work when we collect information on the support that is given to the agricultural sector. We are so concerned about the numbers we are seeing, and we are a bit concerned about the type of support that is being given. It may be highly distortive of agricultural markets in the near future, and it may not bring us—
have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. It may not bring us in the direction of meeting the third of the triple challenge, which is the one of making food systems also environmentally sustainable. So even though I'm here today to celebrate, and I'm happy to do so, we are concerned, and I would like to express this concern about the months ahead, the years ahead, and about the challenges that we will face in order to make food systems function, both for those working in agriculture, both for those consuming food, and for the environment. I'm concerned about our ability to meet the triple challenge, but we look forward to collaborate with FAO and with others in this meeting in order to jointly meet those challenges. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Marion. Thank you very much. Quiero informar primero a todas las personas que
I would like to tell all the people participating in this meeting that all the presentations, the speeches, the PowerPoint presentations will be available in the webpage of the regional FAO office for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thus, you'll be able to listen and review this material at your leisure whenever you want. We now have a little bit more than some 15 minutes, and in consequence, I would like to invite panelists in the same order that you intervened, so that in 2 or 3 minutes you could convey and share your final remarks. You may, of course, refer to those issues that you deem are interesting, having listened to your colleagues, but I would dare to suggest 2 possible issues. The first one is how we respond to that which Marion has just said. She has just said that we are concerned. We are concerned because we don't see the necessary action in order to face up to the 3 challenges that she mentioned. Many of us have have shared the same concern before the pandemic. There were many weaknesses, gaps, deficiencies that prevented us from making headway towards more productive agri-food systems and more inclusive systems and more sustainable and resilient systems. And COVID evidently has made this far more complex. It has aggravated problems, and it has led to enormous restrictions in terms of resources in both households and also in governments. I also share the idea that investment policies leading to economic recovery represent a tremendous opportunity. This is mentioned by Rosanna, by Martin, by many. The world is investing literally trillions of dollars in recovery. There is a new environment when the IMF says, don't worry, become indebted, spend well. That is because something has changed. And this is indeed this opportunity, but at the same time, some of our panelists have said, well, this is not happening. We are not viewing in proposals, in programs that many governments put in place to respond. We are not viewing the types of actions that you are recommending in order to achieve a better recovery with transformation. So an invitation is that in your final remarks, you may perhaps reflect on what it is that we can do and what it is that we can do jointly, perhaps, in order to try to strengthen within the Latin America agenda concerns for food and in our continent. If you were to spend 2 minutes with a president or with a minister of the economy in our regions, what would you say to that person in 2 minutes? So we will now go ahead with the final round. Janet, you have 2 minutes for your final remarks.
Perdón. No, simplemente plantear.
I would just simply like to talk about a dimension that needs to be considered, aside from all of the things that you have mentioned, is that within this whole space where the different organizations and multilateral instances have weakened at the regional and sub-regional levels, with well, as I was saying, some of them have weakened, like for example, UNASUR and CELAC also, which can still not take off. Maybe Mercosur is probably the one that's a little bit more consolidated anyway, but the instances there for multilateral support are therefore more important, and the role that they play, for example, the banking sector, as well as agencies and supporting programs at the regional level, they become really indispensable. We can see from ICLAC the need to go to these different organizations, to these different regional partnerships. Something else that we have not mentioned yet is that this whole pandemic has also put the global supply chains under a big question mark, and therefore we must rethink about the potential of renewing many of these chains, not only globally, but also regionally and sub-regionally. I believe that there's an important opportunity there too, where organizations and agencies such as us, ICLAC, as well as the FAO, must really pay attention to. So I just wanted to say those two things, which in a way supplement many of the things that I mentioned when I delivered my presentation. Well, thank you, Janet. Now, Rosana Polastri, please. Yes, sure. Just a short and quick intervention. The reactivation or re-stimulation plans at the beginning did not include what we are talking about today. And that's only natural. I mean, the shock has been so big, both on the supply and on the demand side, something that required a quick response from the ministers of finance, from the central banks and the monetary policy entities. So the first package is really understandable, trying to go down to the more granular levels. And we play an important role. And that's why I said, I don't really know if this is a paradigm or not, but this is one of the things that we're always considering. We should work together. Let's work in coordination, because the sum of the parts, by working together, we can create a larger impact. What would I say to a minister of finance if you asked me? Well, to be honest, I'd be a little bit better prepared, but I think that the role that we play before a minister of finance, for example, is to make sure that we can provide them the necessary support to coordinate the policies, because the post-COVID solutions got to be multi-sectorial, and then one of the big solutions is having well-coordinated, multilateral, multi-agency approach, and it's easier said than done. So if we could help them to coordinate all the existing programs, not to invent new ones, but to use the ones that are already existent in order to be more cost-effective and to help them have a better coordination. If we help them, if we are in good communication, this would be of great help to them. I think that is what I would say to the Minister of Finance. I'm not here to ask for anything. I'm here actually to provide support to you in order to help you to coordinate the multi-sectorial programs that already are in existence. Well, thank you so much, Rosanna. Let us now have 2 or 3 minutes with Mr. Pedro Martel from the IDB.
Gracias, Julio. Gracias a todos. Gracias por las
Thank you, Julio. Thank you for all those great presentations that we've seen. I think that from the presentations and from these last closing remarks, it is very clear that the challenges that we had prior to COVID are still present and deeper than before. Julio has mentioned this several times. 50% of the rural population in Latin America is in a situation of poverty. And this means that we must re-look at the whole rural sector. It must be put in the list of priorities of the ministries of finance, and it must be presented in such a way that not only do they need to see this social weight that they represent, but also the opportunities that that implies. Opportunities from the production point of view and environmental. When I talk about production, I'm talking about the creation of employment, but environmentally also one of the sectors that can have a positive impact for agriculture in everything related to environmental management matters, but also for equality. Because if we're able to put this in the agenda, if we're able to make this explicit with very few numbers, poverty's previous challenges that still exist, we can highlight that this is an opportunity that we must focus on so that we can try and identify the best investment opportunities that have the best possible return for society without falling into the temptation of trying or wanting to solve all the problems without considering the efficiencies that are required, because this is something that's extremely important. Sometimes we say the short, to look at the food chains with a shorter approach is something that's necessary, sure, but we must focus on efficiency right now. I think that there's an opportunity there that we must really try to take advantage of. Thank you so much. No, well, I would like to thank the IDB and Pedro Martel for their presentation. Martin, please, the floor is yours. The last few 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julio. You know, I think ultimately what we're aiming for is, of course, a food system that contributes to healthy people, healthy planet, and a healthy economy. And of course, with rising food insecurity, hunger, and poverty, we're clearly moving in the wrong direction. The analysis, shows that the root causes are the 3 C's. No, it's conflict, it's climate change, and it's COVID-19. And I think it's important, to kind of be very aware that actually the food system itself is at the origin of those root causes. No, agriculture and land use contributes 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Compromised access to land and water resources is a major source of conflict. COVID-19 is a pandemic of zoonotic nature, and we know that zoonotic risk increases by the encroachment of agriculture into natural habitats, and it's also linked to the malfunctioning or the poor functioning of wet markets. So any response that we're talking about, should not only look at the short term, but also at the kind of the root causes. And it was also a clear message that came out of the annual meetings that we had recently at the World Bank and the IMF we had a dedicated food security roundtable. And what we see is very positive tailwinds, I think, that actually show that there is a window of opportunity here to move food systems transformation forward. If you look at the public sector, the economic impacts of COVID-19 are forcing ministers of finance to take a hard look at their public sector policies and programs for agriculture. I mean, Joe mentioned, the type of reforms that we're seeing in India. I mean, we have been discussing those for a long time. Now COVID-19 actually created the conditions, to go beyond business as usual. Of course, the private sector has to play a role. Everybody has to play a role, as I said in my intervention. Private sector looking at the vulnerability and disruption of food supply chains is very keen actually to build back better and actually build in resilience in food supply chains. And I think that bodes well for a food system that contributes to a healthy people, planet, and economy. And then finally, Julio, the consumers. COVID-19 is making the link between healthy diets and vulnerability to COVID-19 very explicit. Immune systems, compromise, pre-existing conditions, etc. So consumers, should have an incentive and an interest actually to shift their demand, towards healthier diets, which in itself also would then provide signals, to farmers and others in the supply chains actually to respond to that and move in the right direction. So we in the bank, see this as a huge window of opportunity to move the food systems transformation agenda forward and go beyond business as usual. Thanks, Julio. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Martin, to you and to the World Bank. Joe Swinen, please. 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you, Julio. Yes, these are difficult questions, of course, that you ask. So I think what is certainly the case is that the political, how food systems and food systems resilience has really come up, is very relevant now on the political agenda, and we certainly should use this. Now, people often talk about, and I did as well, on the role to be inclusive. The food system need to be inclusive, they need to be sustainable, and they need to be resilient, and then, of course, lead to healthy diets, better nutrition. And so the question there is, of course, to what extent are there win-wins in introducing policies, or are we dealing with trade-offs there? And for example, if you look at it from my 2 minutes left here, the perspective from resilience, for example, because I think that's really an important way of looking at it now, you can think about resilience as a number of things. One is to limit the shocks to the system. Okay, that's, if you don't have shocks, you don't have to absorb them. Anticipation of shocks, and the third one is then the absorption. Okay, and I think if you are looking at specific policy measures to help there, I think there are a number of win-win situations. For example, things like, a major shock to the system, the food systems, clearly what's happening in the climate, and I think there the sustainability and resilience go hand in hand. Another factor is that is inclusiveness or inequality. A major factor behind the increase in hunger and malnutrition really is conflicts and migration of displaced people. There, I think having less inequality will help. In terms of anticipation of shock, information is crucial. I think there the digital agenda goes very much together with making sure that the poor also have access to good quality information, rapid warning system, etc. And so that, of course, is also helping them in terms of improving incomes, for example, just by having better information. In terms of absorbing shocks, crucial things are really liquidity, okay? Both on the consumption side in terms of sustaining people's income through social safety nets, but also on the production side, small companies, farmers, etc., to set up financial systems which allow them to deal with shocks to the system. But of course, if you have good financial system or general infrastructure, this also stimulates, I think, reduces poverty, allows them to invest in general. And I think in the longer run, research and development in general in terms of these systems is going to benefit, is potentially benefiting all three of these objectives again. So I think there's lots of room for creating win-wins. And so our job is to identify where these are. And I certainly hope that IFPRI together with FAO can work on this in the coming years. And I think we have plans already on this. So I really look forward on that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Joe. Thank you so much to you and to IFPRI for joining us in this panel. Marion, please, over to you, 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you. Julio, you asked what would you tell a minister in economics or a finance minister? I would say two things. I would tell him or her, work with your colleagues in other countries, collaborate, and I would say waste money in a clever way. Collaborate because we have seen in this crisis that doing things unilaterally doesn't work. It was fascinating to see how rapidly governments reversed export restrictions. Because if I restrict export in one thing, my partner is going to restrict exports in something else that I need. It didn't work. Collaborate also because this is what business is asking governments to do. In our consultations with business at the OECD, business says, please tell policymakers that they should be coherent across borders, that they should collaborate and cooperate, in particular when it comes to the rules applied to cross-border travel right now. So business wants collaboration across governments. That's the first point. The second point, waste money cleverly. Waste money because if you're going to spend the amounts of money that governments are currently spending, and as you said, with the approval of the IMF, you're going to waste some of it. It's not all going to be perfectly targeted or perfectly spent. But then take the risk of wasting where you know that in any case it's going to do something good. We do know that on the countryside, incomes will be lowered and that there may be access to food issues, that there is poverty spent in the agricultural sector. We do know that spending on infrastructure, spending on skills, and spending on research and development in particular for environmentally friendly technologies, that these are three types of spending that help those who most need it, and that have the greatest potential to bring the agricultural sector into a way of production that is more sustainable for the future. So let's spend there where we know that the effects will be positive, both in terms of distribution and poverty and in terms of sustainability. And if some of the money is going to be wasted a bit there, it's not going to be dramatic, it's also going to do some good. These would be the 2 points the two messages that I would like to pass.
Muchas gracias, Marion. Muchas gracias a ti y a la OCDE.
Well, thank you, Marion. Thank you and the rest of the members of the panel. So, dear friends, this is a great way of beginning a seminar which is 3 days long. This is not the moment to start drawing conclusions or to coming up with results. We still have 3 days of work, and it has been a fascinating panel. I believe that in the last ending remarks, it has been clearly stated that there are options. There are things that can be done to face this crisis with a creative approach. Also, all of the ones that have participated have asked for more collaboration, more cooperation. So I would like to close this panel by accepting that implicit invitation that you have all made to us. Let's commit to not just being a panel, a round table, and in 10 more minutes we forget about this. We must commit to doing something in order to continue collaborating and to act in a more coordinated way to provide support to the governments and to society in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much for participating in this panel and for organizing this. And before closing, I would like to say that we have 3,000 people connected to the seminar right now. This is the number of people that we have watching us. Sorry, I must correct that figure. 3,000 people, social networks, and 4,702 people that have gone to the website already. So congratulations, you are trending topic. Thank you so much.
Creo que es importante agradecer a nuestro subdirector general de la FAO y a nuestro representante.
I think it's important. I think it's important to thank our director, our regional subdirector. We thank our allies, and as Julio said, we will continue to work over the next 2 additional days, and we would like to begin the second segment of this program, which is has to do with a dialogue and the analysis of effective policies. In this dialogue, we have three important moments. A message from our chief economist at the FAO, Maximo Torero, to talk about the transformation of agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also a unique effort in terms of a joint construction by the IDB, the World Bank, and the OECD with regards to the analysis of policies for the transformation of agri-food systems and a critical assessment of budgetary transfers and the effectiveness of public expenditure. And we would like to bring this dialogue to an end with an exercise aimed at quantifying the impact of policies in Latin America and the Caribbean via the models of general balance. The idea is to try to understand and systematize all these quantitative and qualitative analyses conducted by institutions in order to truly understand in which direction we must head, what is it that we must strengthen and change in terms of public policies. And that will be the discussion of the roundtable. This second moment will be moderated by Carlos Furche, who is the ex-Minister of Agriculture of Chile, and who is also our colleague at the FAO. So please, Carlos, you have the floor as moderator. Thank you very much, all panelists of the previous roundtable.
Yo entiendo que todos los participantes del
Thank you, Ruben. I understand that all participants in this second panel are already connected and present, so to speak, and ready to start. So without further ado, I would like to introduce a dear friend who is also my ex-boss, Mr. Maximo Torero, who is the chief economist of the FAO based in Rome. Maximo, you have 10 minutes, and someone, I'm not clear who, but someone will warn you that you have 3 remaining minutes for your presentation. So Maximo, you have the floor. The person that will let you know is Byron again. I would also like to say that at present we have 5,000 participants in this event. Please go ahead, Maximo. Thank you, Carlos and Ruben. I will deliver a presentation in Spanish, but my slides are in English. I would like to talk about transforming agri-food systems and why it is important to the region. Let me begin with this. This is the snapshot of our present situation in terms of hunger. 47.7 million before COVID, 108 million people are obese and 3.8% live in extreme poverty and 9.3% in poverty. In addition to that, we have problems with pests and plagues, locusts that are affecting South America, and also armyworm, and also climate change impacting the situation, and COVID exacerbating everything. Now, considering this initial snapshot and answering many of the comments of countries in the region who are important producers in terms of why we have to transform the agri-food system, is that what we seek with the transformation of the agri-food system is not just a question of producing more, but rather of improving all indicators that enable us to achieve our second objective, Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is and therefore all countries face problems. All countries face problems related to inequality, and that requires action, requires a change and transformations, and that is a concept that underlies our work. Now, when we look at access to healthy diets, we find that even despite the fact that the worst situation is in Africa. In the world as a whole, we have 3 billion people who can't access healthy diets, but the region in South America, and especially Central America, are in a situation which is not excellent. And again, dealing with the importance, we have cereals in the world, but the diversity of high-value diets is not present, and it's not so easy to resolve that problem. And therefore, we have to assess this and find what we have to do there. The same with undernourishment rates. These are fundamental because they have been growing over the past few years as a result of some countries that face severe problems. If we separate this per region, we will realize that there has been an important change in South America as a result of changes in one or two countries that have suffered significantly in this sense. If we look at what we call the food insecurity, which measures not only severe food insecurity, but also moderate food insecurity. What does this mean? Well, it means that moderate mean, well, that we have access to food in a regular fashion and that they be healthy. And there we will find that that is on the increase. And that is related to overweight and obesity problems in the region. And the same when we look at indicators, for example, of chronic malnutrition. That they have increased, but obesity in adults has a very, very strong rate of growth that is beyond the prevalence of malnourishment. And so this is a region that faced these problems before COVID. Now we face COVID-19. For the region, COVID-19 has been a very, very big problem. This graph shows mortality rates and how Latin America, despite the fact that it was reduced, it has continued to increase, and that increase is ongoing. That mortality rate is very important, and that leads us to question how resilient we actually were to that type of shock. And that has also led us if we look at the last estimate of the Monetary Fund, we see a region that will drop significantly in terms of the growth of GDP, which is 8.1%, but the world will suffer as a whole. And this impacts us because we're quite an open region and we're very vulnerable to what happens in the rest of the world. Despite the fact that there are some recovery signs, China moved from 0 to a positive rate of growth, we still don't have a positive situation and we won't easily be able to overcome this problem. And the region has been very hard hit, and that hit will also be evidenced in terms of poverty. And this is the last poverty rates. And you will see that to the extent, well, let's see, the Latin American line here is greater than the African line, but we find that the Latin American rates, which are represented in green, are on the increase. And therefore, we will lose practically a decade in terms of the reduction of extreme poverty. And that is indeed an extreme problem in a region that was already unequal, and that will lead to greater inequality in this region. And we will also find a strong drop in exports, very, very strong. However, agriculture is one of the few sectors that has shown a certain level of resilience and has maintained a positive growth, but far less than what it should have had. Again, a very strong warning point for the region as a whole. And if we look at the value of exports, we find that there will be a drop, a 23% drop, which is the worst fall in 80 years. And likewise, in parallel, imports will drop, but exports will drop by 25%. Our region has faced many problems in terms of the food system, the usual supply and demand problems. There's been issues related to restrictions of movements and also the issue of recession, which is of greatest concern to us. So the availability of food, well, that exists. The access to food, however, is important, and the recession that we will face will also be very important. Now, as a result of the situation, some countries have imposed certain trade import restrictions and have also increased exports, reducing taxes. But we are importers of cereals, and in 22 countries that has dropped to 0. We no longer face that problem, and we've been able to resolve that. Compared to the 2007 crisis, we are far better poised, but there's still a latent problem for the region, and that is the change in crews. Many countries in our region, Argentina, Colombia, and so on, are not enabling a change in crews, and that will lead to logistical and operational type of problems in terms of the movement of vessels. And there have also been measures against imports that has impacted. But this complexity of supply and demand that has led to these problems faced with COVID-19. What is it that we can do, and how are we able to operate? How can we move on to the next stage? And here it's important to highlight that we always, our drivers have we're also aware of our drivers, greater growing human pressure, that we would have to face climate change, and we also know that there is a deterioration in terms of natural resources. So the new thing that we have surprised is the surprise component, the unexpected. And what happens with that surprise component? Well, it has put us in a situation such as this one. We are in a very risky situation now. We are unable, as these goats have, to be able to cling on to these onto this cliff. We may fall because we're operating within a world of COVID-19, and that is indeed what is happening at present. So this risk that we're experiencing will has to look upon agriculture in a different fashion. And there we must highlight the concept of resilience. But what does resilience actually mean? Well, it means two things. First of all, to minimize risks, in other words, vulnerabilities, how we minimize risks, how we prevent them, how we minimize them, but in addition, how we cope with them, how we manage them, how we are able to absorb and manage them, what capabilities we must have in place in order to cope with them. So here I would like to share some ideas that I believe are important when it comes to resilience. The first element that I would like is to focus on the most vulnerable populations. And Latin America has been very good in that sense, has been very effective. We have, as a region, a very adequate social system, but we don't have a very good social security system or very good employment systems in place. Those are elements that will provide us, enable us to deal with these crisis situations and overcome these unexpected shocks. So there we have to work a lot and improve, and especially try to link these transfer mechanisms, school meals and so on, to better quality of nutrition, because we indeed face a problem with obesity. And we also have to combine what people call accelerators. We have 4 key accelerators, 3 that can move very quickly: information that enables us to optimize decision-making processes, and here we're talking of big data; innovation that provides us with flexibility in order to very quickly react to technology. But what slows us down, perhaps, are the complements: governance, human capital, and institutions. And why do they slow us down? Because it has enabled us to have prevented us from having the institutional framework in place to make this work without increasing inequality. It's essential to have that in place. We must have growth with inclusion. We will not grow exactly at exactly the same rate, but we will perhaps grow at a smaller rate, but we will do things even better. And Latin America forms part of the global value chain, but and we form part of the global food chains, and there is tremendous intensity in the case of Latin America, and that means that we are far more vulnerable to the international market, and that is why we have to be much better poised, prepared for that, and we must have a whole set of agreements in place as well that we can move our products depending on how that international market is impacted. And we know that that then also increases productivity, and so that is something positive that enables us to allocate resources in a much more efficient manner. Secondly, we have to link small farmers, and for that we have to find the innovating systems, contractual agreements, horizontal or vertical in nature, that enable us to reduce the transactional costs of small farmers. And many models are working, such as the agglomeration of incorporations and so on, without conducting a land reform, which is very difficult. And we also must seek efficiency in terms of how we produce. And efficiency is to increase productivity, but also to reduce losses. The region suffers many losses at the level of production, and also a lot of waste, which are 2 different concepts. But that will enable us to have more products with better cost, and also to provide greater access, be more healthy, and use IT, because e-commerce has become something fundamental for this, and we must try to obtain the advantages that it provides. And trade plays a fundamental role, and here I include a whole set of lists that we believe are important. But let me discuss something which I believe is important. First of all, we have a sector which receives support, and this is the support rate in terms of GDP, and we can see that this is very high. As you will see, this is very high. Not only that, it is also aimed at supporting market prices, price subsidies, And that generates distortions, and those distortions have to be eliminated. They are also aimed at products that lead. We must reallocate that. And if we simulate the effects of those changes, if we project those effects, we find that in the case of Latin America, and especially of South America, we will always win production. The effect will always be positive, simulating this with general equilibrium models. And the same thing, if we do this with an open market, that will accelerate and will make us more competitive within the international market. So that is extremely important. And the second element is intra-regional interregional trade. The Pacific Alliance is working well, but however, CARICOM has to do a lot to improve. And these are islands that are highly impacted by the problem of tourism and that kind of thing. And this will increase resilience if we're able to do that adequately. But finally, what is the outlook for the future? We will move towards more automated world. These are plants that process meat. This will change. There will be automation. Processing will be automated, and that is happening in at a very fast rate. And vegetables will also will start to be produced much closer to urban areas because controlled environments are cost effective, and this will reduce for Chile and for Peru, for example, our ability to export these products. Transport costs for asparagus, for example, is very high at present. So we have to take into consideration what will happen. Vertical farming will not happen yet because it's not cost effective. And finally, e-commerce. But let us bear in mind that we need four elements: a platform, access code to technology, but also what we also require, and above all, the idea of having mobile money. But the fourth element is the ability to move products. And we're not very good at that, the transportation of products from one place to the other via e-commerce. So those are four key elements. And so that we have all the elements that we have using the digital world, which is what will happen with e-commerce and what is already underway with e-commerce. And the human capital, well, we must have trained human capital. If we don't have trained human capital, and today we are delayed in this, and with the automation that is taking place, we must accelerate that process. Otherwise, we will find a very important unemployment problem because the capabilities that are needed are different. And finally, I end with the importance of an early warning system, and the FAO is working hard at present to generate, for the first time ever, a situation room to develop an integrated early warning system, not only involving prices, climate, water stresses, but also involving pests, diseases, such as the case of locusts or other plagues that exist, and also involving information for all types of indicators that may help us to predict problems. Today, we don't have the predictive capability. We do that ex post, and that is something that we're trying to find using artificial intelligence so that the world can have at a world level warning systems enabling them to prevent issues and to be better prepared. Thank you very much, and please forgive me for overrunning my time.
Muchas gracias a Máximo por su completa presentación.
Thank you, Máximo, for such a wonderful and comprehensive presentation. It is now the people from the OECD to deliver a presentation. I've been told that Jonathan Brooks will start by making a brief introduction, and then the topic itself will be developed in more detail by Dalila Cervantes. Jonathan Brooks is the head of the Agricultural Policy Division, and Dalila is the analyst of agricultural policies. So, Jonathan Brooks, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and thank you, Ruben. It's an honor to be invited into this session, and like others, I would like to thank FAO on this important milestone. As you mentioned, Carlos, I'm on a double bill with my colleague, Dalila Cervantes, and I'll take a little time so that she has time to present the work that she's mostly been responsible for. The theme of this session is analyzing effective policies, and I'd just like to make the point that before you can start analyzing policies and which policies are effective, you need to be able to actually measure, record, and classify which policies are in place. Now, that's something that we've been doing at OECD for over 30 years. We've been doing it for an expanding range of countries that is now a total of 54, including about half a dozen Latin American countries. Now, that information is of value in its own right. It's of value because we can see how policies are affecting markets. And if we classify the expenditures, we can see how money's being spent. And if it's being spent in ways that improve the productivity, the sustainability, and the resilience of agriculture. It's also a useful data input to the kind of modeling work that Maximo presented, and I think my friend Eugenio Diaz Bonilla will be presenting later as well. So it's in working on developing this policy information, we generate a public good. And just before handing over to Dalila, I'd like to emphasize that we're really delighted to be working together with other IOs to kind of take this work further and to leverage it. And by working with other IOs, we can provide a global picture and also, I think, provide greater country presence. I mean, at OECD, we don't have a full global reach, but by working with other IOs, that is something that we can achieve. And other IOs have got boots in the ground, as you at FAO have boots on the ground in Latin America here. So we have a consortium that seeks to advance this work together. We're delighted to be working with FAO through their MAFAP, Monitoring and Analyzing Food and Agricultural Policies project, working with IDB, who, you know, we've been honored that they've taken the methodology that we've developed and applied that to a wider range of Latin American and Caribbean countries than we were able to do. The World Bank are making use of this information in guiding their country strategies, and we're seeing also wide uptake of this work by our friends at IFPRI, including with modeling work. So I'd just like to express our appreciation for that collaboration. Again, wish you congratulations on this important anniversary, and hand over to my colleague Dalila Cervantes. Thank you.
Aparentemente está sin audio.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
¿Me escuchan bien ahora?
Okay, can you hear me well now? Super then, great. Thank you so much. So before starting, I have to say that it's a pleasure for me to be here with you. I want to thank Ruben, as well as all of the people from the FAO that have made this event possible. For me, it's an honor to be able to share with you, even if it's just for a few minutes, to explain what it is that we have been doing. This presentation, as was mentioned by Jonathan also, is divided on, is done by three organizations, the OECD, the IDB, and the World Bank too. I will start by talking about...
Okay, can you...
Hold on. Yes. Our part of this presentation or of our work.
Are you seeing, ¿pueden ver mi presentación?
Sorry, you can see my presentation, right? Can you? Yes, okay, great. I'm glad. So apologies, I had a little bit of a glitch here, but I've solved that. But the idea then is to show you some of the methodological aspects and to try to benchmark them or to try to see the benchmarking that we do in the Latin American and the Caribbean countries that for which we have estimated. So the OECD every year has a publishing which is called Monitoring and Evaluation. And in this publication, we make several calculations and estimations, and we use the PSE methodology, which is basically trying to measure, generally speaking, average and aggregate the different transfer levels and subsidies for the agricultural sector, agricultural and livestock sector. This is a subsidy, or rather a transfer of total figures. But this accumulated transfer has three important components: PSE, which is one important characteristic, which is what goes directly to the farmer, to the producer individually, and then the GSSE, which is what goes to services or public goods, and then the consumer. So these are the three important components. So in this design, we can see here how it's all put together. These four concepts are very important for you to understand. The total of these is the sum of PSE, which has two possibilities of comprising it, and that will depend on how the government acts. It could have a support on price, which is basically when the government decides that they will have a minimum price, or when they will decide to have tariffs or taxes to imports. We could say that this is almost like a virtual support. It's not direct money given to them, but it allows to see the difference between the domestic price and the international price. And the one who ends up paying for this are the end consumers. Then we have money, direct payments that comes from the taxpayers. And this has to do with paying for production to the farmers. Subsidies also, they could have a variable cost, fixed cost, but are talking about money. So you must always think when we have a PSE, two important ways of having public policy intervening on a PSE. GSSE is really all of the public investments for and public goods in general services. For example, infrastructure, technical support or assistance, for example, health system, the food safety. So all of the things that contribute also to the end consumer, that's the CSE. That is to say, when there's no direct support, for example, with the different bonuses, this is then a negative reflection of PSE. So generally speaking, this must be the idea, and this is what I want you to keep in mind for the rest of the presentation. I talked about monitoring and evaluation. This year we made a publication which says the following: for 2019, about $700 billion were used in agriculture for subsidies, out of which 400 billion come from public expenditure, that is to say, taxpayers' money, and the rest comes through price. So it is important to see this, and this is for the 54 countries that we monitor and evaluate on a yearly basis. Here you can maybe see how the money is distributed. Generally speaking, what's in blue, it's price and subsidies, and in yellow, general services, and on purple for the consumer support. So this is from last year. This is the estimations that we made from last year. Here on this graph, you can see the OECD countries, as well as some additional countries that we apply the study to, and also the 6 countries in Latin America: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Colombia, and Mexico. So what are some of the conclusions from this monitoring? Well, as many have already mentioned, these agriculture can provide lots of support, can provide lots of good things for society. But when we measure with this methodology, there's still a lot of emphasis being put on the measures that are not efficient. We're talking about, for example, measures based on price and based on subsidies. Subsidies which have unlimited use and oftentimes are harmful, for example, for the environment. So how, by using this methodology, how have we seen what the situation that we've seen for the different countries in Latin America that we have monitored? This is Argentina from 1997 to 2019. If you see this, well, Argentina has been using these mechanisms that are based on price through taxes to export, which is obviously negative because it's putting a tax on exports. So it's quite a country because in general, most of the countries that we have evaluated have quite the opposite situation. For example, this is Brazil. At the beginning, in the mid 90s, yes, we had these negative figures, but this is because of the economic crisis. But we can also see that in the last few years, support here is not based on price, but rather on subsidies or grants. In Chile, we can see how they've moved away from the subsidies or price based support. But this is the only country of the ones that we've analyzed where out of the total support in their budget, 50% goes to public goods, which is red or brownish. You have 3 minutes left. Yes, well, thank you. But it's interesting to see this from this angle, how to see how a country can make a difference in its budget and how it can use it with a more practical approach. In this case, we can see Colombia. We can see most of the support is price-based and it has subsidies or grants have increased a little bit as well as a general service. The same trend in Costa Rica. Costa Rica almost has no direct support to farmers, but it does have some support for general services over public goods. Now, in the case of Mexico, we can see that most of its support is done through subsidies. This is taxpayers' money, and it has been decreasing the contribution to general services. So what are some of the conclusions regarding these 6 countries? These countries that we monitored, although they are very heterogeneous and their policies are too, they are still using, and even though the PSE is a relatively low indicator because it's what, 12%, I think, all of these indicators, one way or another, can see that the interventions in the market are done through taxes, through tariffs, based on price, with the exception of 2 countries, and that is Chile and Mexico, which do have subsidies or grants given directly to farmers. That's one of the big characteristics. So there's the paradigm there for the support of the sector as a whole. Something else that we came across when seeing these 6 countries is that public investments in general goods are actually quite limited. We can talk about almost all of them, with the exception of Chile, where about 50% of the budget is being injected into general services. But this investment is general, and in some countries the trend is rather downwards. Support to end consumer is limited. Some countries do have it, but it's a very small amount. And something else, and that's quite important, going back to general goods, is that this is a matter of concern. And the support to the sector, therefore, needs to be readdressed, rechanneled. Support to Latin America, well, obviously resources are limited. They don't have the incomes that other countries might have. So the little amount of money that they have must be spent more efficiently. And it is extremely really important to redress these support, considering the reinvestments in public goods. These investments are the ones that we have seen through empirical information that they are the ones that allow for sustainable development. I mean, like as this one, which is probably the only one that we'll see in a lifetime, maybe there will be one in the next 30, 40 years. These shocks do exist, will exist, and most likely they will be even deeper in the future. So we need to redesign the whole agricultural policy of the region. So with this, I bring my presentation to a closing. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Jonathan y Dalila.
Thank you, Jonathan and Dalila. I would now like to offer the floor to Paolo De Salvo, who is a senior sectorial specialist in rural development of the Inter-American Development Bank. Like the rest of colleagues, Paolo has 10 minutes for his presentation. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. And again, congratulations to the FAO for this important anniversary and for the organization of this event. I would like to share my screen now.
Y la presentación. ¿Pueden ver bien mi presentación?
Can you see my presentation okay?
¿Me confirman, por favor, si se ve bien?
Can you please confirm if you can see the presentation fine? Perfect. So I'll move on as from where Dalila left off, because we have been coordinating these presentations with colleagues from other institutions, and I would also like to thank my colleagues Lina Salazar and others who have contributed significantly to this presentation. In the IDB, we have been working over the past few years in a whole series of studies and analyses that have different specificities in terms of analyzing support for agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also of supporting public policies. The first pillar is the issue of monitoring. In other words, we must try to understand this in a supplementary fashion to what the OECD does, and in fact using the same methodology that they use in order to measure the size and composition of the public support that is offered to the agricultural and livestock sector in our region. The second pillar is the assessment pillar, both at an aggregate value, and we will present some results at an aggregate value at a regional level of the macro data that we have in place, and also at a micro level. In other words, trying to also focus on specific interventions, policies, or specific programs to support agriculture and the specific impacts that they have upon farmers that benefit from those programs. I would like to begin by talking about monitoring. We could use the same methodology of the same PSE methodology developed by the OECD, and we've expanded that to all the countries that do not are not monitored by the OECD. And when the OECD adds countries, evidently, we're also very happy, because that means that they take that work on board, and so that is a very important collaboration and complementation, I would say. Here I present the results of all the countries that we monitor, and the two most important indicators that we present are, as mentioned by Dalila, the estimated total support, in other words, the total support provided to the sector as a proportion of the GDP of each country. And there we find a trend that reveals that there is a far stronger support in percentage in terms of the GDP percentage in Central and Caribbean countries, but the bigger countries, especially Southern Cone countries, this support is far smaller, except for the case of Argentina, as mentioned by Dalila. And that is also found in the other indicator, which is the estimated producer support, and there we can see the figures, and except for some small differences, the trend is basically the same. Another important aspect that we have analyzed using this methodology is the issue of the composition of the support, not only of the size, but of the composition of the support. And this, as we will see, is a very important component in order to understand the effect, the impact of that support for agriculture. And there we find a very different distribution, differing from country to country. And on this slide, we show all the countries and all the different types of support that are provided, and breaking them down into three basic categories. The support to market prices, public goods, and direct supports. In some countries, especially in the southern cone, such as Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, you can see a very high presence of public expenditure, and especially of public expenditure in goods. And why is that important? Well, it's important because once we have data for many years and for many countries, it enables us to conduct much more aggregate analysis. This is another analysis that we have conducted of public expenditure, and we have seen how much public expenditure is devoted to public goods and how much is devoted to private goods. And we find that there is a difference in terms of public expenditure on public goods. And in Latin America, most of the public expenditure, which is generally a fairly small public expenditure, but most of that is devoted to public goods and not so much so to private goods, which is something that may happen in developed countries such as the European Union or the United States. And the second pillar is the evaluation pillar. We use all this data that has been generated over the years of all countries in the region in order to draw some conclusions in terms of what is of actual interest to our counterparts, which is to determine what are the measures that have the greatest impact, that are most useful in terms of supporting the sector. And this is a study that we have submitted several times. This is a study that was conducted in collaboration with the Catholic University of Chile, and that reveals how the distribution of public expenditure on public goods or private goods is fundamental for the performance. And we have obtained this simple measurement, but that provides us with a very clear idea of the relationship. And that shows us that if we redirect 10% of the present public expenditure in public goods to in private goods to private goods can increase agriculture by 5%. This is a specific measure. Obviously, there is a far lengthier underlying work behind this, but this can indeed be used in a very effective manner. I have 4 minutes left. And so I'll move on to the last part, which is the part that I mentioned at the beginning, and that and Lina Salazar helped me in this. And this is the specific analysis of the impact of specific programs that we try to implement, especially for the programs that the bank has financed in the region. And that enables us to conduct two very important two things. First of all, it enables us to define how effective a specific public expenditure is in a specific program and how efficient this public expenditure is. If we are able to define the impact that we have had, and we clearly know it's the cost of this type of intervention, we are able to obtain a very important measurement of in terms of the efficiency of public expenditure, and to supplement the whole analysis that we have been discussing over the past few minutes. And here I would like to conclude by mentioning a couple of examples that we have of specific programs that have been evaluated. First of all, a community irrigation system in Bolivia. And here we can see that in this case, we are able to clearly identify the results of this specific intervention. In specific terms, we can see that, for example, we invested in irrigation, and that led to additional irrigation hectares, an increase of between 35 and 45%, which of course is to be expected in an irrigation program. But what is important is that this has led to the increase of hectares with irrigation to a total increase of household incomes, and also in terms of the use of improved seeds and tractors. And we also find that we can measure in a very qualitative and exact fashion the increase in the value of production and the increase in the level of connection between farmers and markets. This is the case of a specific investment in infrastructure for small farmers, and that would fall into the category of public expenditure that we mentioned beforehand. For investment in goods that are very specifically public, we find expenditure in phytosanitary systems and in terms of phytosanitary protection systems for the agricultural sector. Here we're looking at a program to eradicate fruit fly, which is quite a successful and well-known program in Latin America that has been implemented in Peru. And that has led to important results that have been measured with rigorous methodologies that evaluate the difference between beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries of this program. In this case, we find that there is an increase in terms of a 10% increase in knowledge of the plague, also an increase, 15% increase of productivity of in the plants of these producers that these producers have. There is a greater probability of increasing measures to prevent the control of pests, and they also increase the value of the sales of fruits by 370%, a very high value, and at the same time, they also increase the total fruit production. Now, with this, I have tried to provide examples of the 3 pillars that I wanted to mention, and that have been at the very center of our analysis of agriculture and livestock policy analyses that the IDB has undertaken over the past 10 or 15 years, which tries to focus, as I say, on 3 pillars. The first one is to understand and measure the size and composition of the support provided to the sector in terms of prices and in terms of public expenditure, and on the other hand, to try to use that data to understand the general and macro effects that this type of policy is having, and on the other hand, also provide specific examples of specific assessments of programs financed with public expenditure, so that we can conduct a very informed dialogue, and a dialogue based on direct evidence of the field, so that we can continue to conduct this collaboration dialogue with the different governments of Latin America. Thank you very much. I think I've been speaking for 11 minutes, so thank you very much for everything. And we're, of course, open to any questions. Thank you, Paolo. We will, of course, later on charge you for that extra minute. And now I would like to offer the floor to Michael Morris, who is Chief Economist of the World Bank. Michael, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. I'll share my screen.
¿También en la pantalla?
Can you see my screen?
Muy bien. Buenos días. Con gran placer me uno a ustedes.
Well, it's a great pleasure for me to join this high-level seminar commemorating World Food Day. My presentation is aligned with that of my colleagues from the OECD, who have talked to us about the producer support estimator and they have provided the results of the monitoring and evaluation project, and this also is also related to the IDB support measures in Latin America and Caribbean countries. I would like to illustrate in the next few minutes how these measures may be used in order to better understand the behavior of agricultural communities in the region, highlighting not only the role of the public sector, but also the private sector. Agriculture is basically a private activity, and policy measures are designed to a great extent to have an impact upon private sector incentives. I would like to also talk to you about a new report, which is called Future Food Outlook, which will be launched over the next few days. The motivation of the study is that over the past few years, we have witnessed a change in public perceptions about agriculture and regional food systems. Agricultural and food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean are legitimately acknowledged or recognized as the most successful in the planet. However, this recognition only reflects a part of a far more complex reality. Recently, the agricultural and livestock system has attracted renewed attention, but often with negative connotations, especially because of its adverse environmental impacts. Within that context, the objective of the report is to focus on agriculture and food systems in the region, acknowledging that the agricultural and livestock system is economically and socially very important, and in addition to that, it's also a source that produces public goods that are local and global. This report, produced by several partners, including representative from IFPRI, ICA, McKinsey, IDB, and the Nature Conservancy, among others, comes at a very appropriate moment. The public is beginning to realize that the global food system is fractured and that we need urgent actions in order to head them in a more sustainable direction. And this becomes even more urgent within the context of the COVID pandemic and also in the face of increasing climate change impacts. I don't have enough time to describe in detail the different findings and recommendations of the report, but within the context of the seminar, I would like to present several examples of how support measures, how the support of the policies that we have discussed may be used in order to see how they impact the behavior of private stakeholders within the agriculture and livestock sector. This presents data of the World Bank that mentions that highlights how difficult it is to conduct these types of businesses in specific markets. We find that private companies in Latin America face very different environments whenever they try to ensure access to seeds, fertilizers, water, and machinery. Some countries in Latin America are among world leaders, whilst others are found in the lowest places. It is also possible to appreciate the impact of policies, observing the levels of interest as expressed by trends of institutional investors over the past few years. Institutional investors have valued the characteristics that make of this region and that make this region especially attractive for investors, including the increasingly favorable trade environment. The biggest interest of institutional investors is to make acquisitions in the food sector and in the agri-entrepreneurial sector. As shown by this graph, interest is focused primarily on the processing and production of food, represented in red, despite the fact that supply and distribution of inputs, of agricultural inputs, represented in yellow, have also attracted the interest of private investors. Indeed, national and international investors are promoting mergers and acquisitions in the food sector in countries in the region. In general terms, the industry is increasingly becoming internationalized, but the breakdown per segments reveals that between national and international investors means that they tend to focus on different areas, as shown in this graph. In the segment of the supply distribution of agricultural supplies, we find a considerable interest on the part of foreign companies that seek to expand their presence in the region and become the owners of local brands and products that are well known in the area. However, national players have also been active here, for example, in the food services and in terms of the distribution and sale of food sellers. Well, that remains an area which constitutes concentrates local investors. So the measures proposed by the OECD may be very valuable in order to help us to understand how public policies impact incentives in the sector. We observe considerable differences between countries in the region in terms of the types and levels of support, with impacts that are felt differently by both local and foreign investors. And despite the fact that there is no recommendation that is adaptable to all situations in order to increase the impact of intervention measures, it is clear that certain types of reforms may contribute in a general manner to the emergence of agricultural and food systems that are more efficient, more inclusive, less costly, and more ecological. And please allow me to very quickly mention three types of reforms that we believe are especially important in the World Bank. First of all, to reduce measures of support, we need to market prices. That support must involve a combination of expenditure in public and private goods and subsidies, and enable us to improve positive externalities. And that would eliminate the impact that has on low-income families that pay for food, pay higher prices for food. And secondly, in many countries, subsidies to inputs have been ineffective, costly, and counterproductive. The subsidies for these inputs is disconnected, and that doesn't mean reducing payment to farmers, and therefore this should be involve far less political decisions in terms of the total elimination of subsidies. And finally, to increase investments in public goods and services. And as emphasized by Dalila and Pablo, there's strong evidence that well-directed and well-managed investments in order to generate public goods and services have very positive results. Many countries in the region are not investing sufficiently in public goods and services capable of implementing inclusive and sustainable development of agriculture. Efforts must focus especially on research and agricultural research and development, innovation, agricultural education, and agricultural infrastructure. All these factors have shown their efficacy when it comes to promote productivity, increase rural incomes, and benefit from the resilience of food systems faced with climate change. With this, I conclude my intervention. Once again, I would like to thank the FAO for allowing me the possibility of sharing my lessons with such a distinguished audience. Thank you very much.
Michael.
Oh, thank you, Michael. We still have one more presentation. This will be delivered by Mr. Eugenio Diaz Bonilla, who is the head of the program for Latin America and the Caribbean from IFPRI, and he will talk to us about the quantification and impacts of policies in Latin America and the Caribbean based on a general equilibrium model. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. Okay, I'm going then to share my screen, but in the meantime, I wanted to say, well, first, I wanted to congratulate the FAO on their anniversary. And also, I wanted to remind the colleagues of Latin America the importance that Latin America has played in the whole process. In 1905, when the Inter-American Institute of Agriculture was founded, the 30 of the 40 countries that signed were from Latin America. So Latin America in the 30s had a convention, on agriculture. So the discussions from Hot Springs in the year 1943, which is led to inaugurating FAO in the world, and 20 of the signing countries were from Latin America. So hopefully we can continue working together. So once again, I want to congratulate the FAO on its anniversary. Now, what I wanted to talk about was about some quantitative models, but more about the general equilibrium. But the first question then that we have is, what is the level of analysis that I want to go to? For example, a rural economy, producers, the economy as a whole, or what? Secondly, what are the objectives that I want to get to? Is it growth? Do I want to reduce poverty? Do I want to guarantee health, regional development? And then also the framework of policies. I have to say, what is the issue? What is the main problem? What are the quantitative variables that we have? We have the government. Is there market failure? Do we have equity problems? What is the change theory? And then from there on, I have to define the policies for the interventions. So that is the model that I'm considering. The first thing that we need then is data. And if we have data, then we can carry out the quantitative analysis. So I have here certain schemes. For example, we have agricultural professions or institutions here, quantitative and qualitative value chain that have participated, and then some other institutions that have participated too, FAO, ICA, as well as others. The territorial development, IDB, among others. Then we've got some aspects where we have used the data for typologies. We have indexes, just like Michael has said recently when he talked about the environment or the business environment for agriculture, or also indicators on women empowering. So indexes include different indicators, and that brings me with one final figure. If I want to see the geometry, then I have to do cluster analysis. I've had to work with cluster analysis for the WTO, so I've got factorial analysis, for example. And we can see the importance of the work with the OECD as monitors in the case of the IDB. So it's defining policies, but also quantifying. And we've also got a framework which is on food systems, which goes beyond just the agricultural and livestock areas. I've got here the values, the chains, and the end consumer, but we don't have a quantitative framework here for all of these elements. So if we've got the data, then now I have to go on to the other thing that Paolo also mentioned, is how do we analyze them? So we've got random control results. Paolo presented several examples. But we also have other econometric controls, for example, a stochastic approach. We know that we can use these frontiers in order to do the proper allocation. I can also use simultaneous equations for the allocation of investments, but at a sectorial level. We can also use time-based. We've just done one on the impact of processed food on obesity. And then we go on to simulations, which is not really an evaluations. We have micro, multi-market, and many others. So I'm not going to talk about micro, and I'm not going to be talking about macroeconomics either. I'm going to be talking about the simulation models. We've got multi-market, like the case of the impact that allows us for the development or a detail of the productive sector, which is very important. We use the econometric parameters. We can use all the different models, for example, water models, and we have no real restrictions there, but we do have certain restrictions. I can only use the land that's available. Then we go to general equilibrium. In the case of IFPRI, for example, we have national models that represent the economy as a whole. We have the macroeconomic restrictions. That is one of the core things. But also, it is not as easy to break down production there. It's much more limited. In some of the national things, this is an exogenous variable. And then we've got models that are like from the IFPRI, which is global. It respects all the productive macroeconomic variables, but also that's not as detailed. We use the database from GTAB, and we use calibration there, which is a little bit different. So I want to show you now 2 slides on some of the applications. Martin and Michael were talking about the work from the World Bank. We collaborated with the World Bank, and this is the first case, which is the simultaneous use of impact and Milagro in order to have future scenarios impact for the climate. And these are the simulations, the one that you can see on the top right, and how that's going to impact, how climate change is going to impact Latin America. And you can see that per product and different regions. And also in the case of Milagro there was an analysis on the different trade struggles and the impact that that could have for Latin America. So that is an example. And another example of Milagro as well, there's a paper that was published some time ago on the export tariffs with restrictions from Argentina. And now we're working with the World Bank on the configuration of the export taxes or export tariffs in Argentina. And this is work that is being done with a separate group of consultants that have been working on the typology of different producers. Another example, which can be seen here, this is a dynamic national model. Normally, they're evaluating the impact of taxes on the consumption of sugar and the impact that that has in that consumption. But we all know that if they impact consumption, that's going to also impact production. So the chart at the bottom shows four simulations for Guatemala. One is a tax on total sugar, only consumption sugar, only on the sugar drinks. I'm sorry for interrupting, but you're talking about charts and we have not seen your presentation. You're not sharing your screen. Okay, I have it right in. We can't see. We've not seen your presentation. I mean, you can carry on, but you're making a reference to several charts and things, but you're not sharing. We can't see that. So there's a green button at the bottom. Oh, sorry. I thought that I was sharing. Am I sharing now? I mean, you can just carry on. But what you've not been sharing.
No me deja.
Okay, sorry, I cannot. For some reason, it's not letting me. There, maybe.
Dale. ¿Y ahora?
Now? Okay. All right, we see now. Oh, I apologize. My apologies. My fault. Totally my fault.
Ahí está el dibujo de arriba.
There's the chart. The one at the top is the one on climate change, and the one at the bottom is the impacts on agriculture. On the tax on sugar. And we've also got some other national models where we've done some impact analysis and policies that for Central America, which shows how the shortage of the remittances has an impact on Latin America, but also an impact on the employment world in the United States. But the last thing that I wanted to show you is what we're doing with the IDP. Johan mentioned part of this, and that is using Migragrodepe, but with some epidemiological adjustments, is the impact of COVID on Latin America, 23 productive sectors from the Andean region all the way to Mercosur, and 3 different scenarios, optimistic, pessimistic, and the middle one. And here you can see the impacts on the GDP and the different production levels. So I'm just showing you here on the top the increase on the number of poor people, or on the number of poor, $5.5 per day per person for each of the regions. And also another one of the simulations that's included here is the SOFI that was presented by the FAO, the diets, 3 different types of diets, and this is the impact that it will have on the intermediate diet, which is an appropriate diet, but not the healthiest one. This is just to show the different types of analysis that can be done with these instruments. So these are the 2 final slides, just to show you some conclusions. The important is having the basic data, the feeding data, using the different indicators, for example, ASTI and AgriMonitor from the OECD, and all of the quantitative methodologies have advanced advantages and disadvantages and can be applied with different approaches. For example, if I've got a randomized controlled trial, we've just published an article that's going to be published very soon. It's more at the micro level, but it does show the development strategy at the micro level, how it impacts the macro level and the other way around too. And also the whole institutional approach. So each quantitative model has its own application. In the case of the general models, it allows us to think on interventions and policies in a more systemic approach. It is not just about counting, it's not just about making decisions or providing opinions. No. These are solutions that have to be respected. The outcomes have got to be respected, and that's why microeconomics does include opinions. But we do have to understand that these are only simulations, not forecasts, no projections, and we have to understand the type of policy that's being modeled. And obviously, it does have limitations. There's a lot of information that's required regarding the different variables, the different parameters, elasticity, and there's also a lot of information regarding the different parameters and values, also the MSC flows, and we need to know the assets. For example, what is the different trends for assets, for liabilities. It is all like a big black box, which is difficult to explain. For example, we also have economic structure, and there are certain assumptions that have been resisted. For example, full employment. We can consider, for example, endogenous employment, which is part of the work that we did with Carolina. We worked on how these employment sector can be modeled differently. And then what are they measuring? How are they measuring? How can they be interpreted? So as a final comment, we do need to generate data, but we also need to analyze with the corresponding instruments that allow us to make better decisions. And obviously more than one quantitative analysis instrument is really required in order to provide the support for those who are making the decisions in the agricultural sector. Thank you so much.
Eugenio. Corresponde ahora que en una mesa redonda.
Thank you, Eugenio. Now we will move on to a round table that will involve the participation of all the presenters that we have just heard, plus some ECLAC colleagues. And I would like to just make a comment so that we can all benefit fully from this dialogue. Given the fact that colleagues from ECLAC have had an opportunity to deliver a presentation, I would like to make the comment that they have prepared, and after that I'll offer the floor to each one of the presenters with a maximum of 8 minutes each in order to make their comments. No one, of course, will be angry if you use less than 8 minutes. So first of all, Janet Sanchez from ECLAC, a brief comment from you. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion and the different methodological possibilities and also the various instruments that can exist in order to monitor the system, and especially to evidence the possible results of policies, which is fundamental for decision makers, especially when it comes to evaluation issues. All that is very important. However, I believe that in all the options that are being presented, the question that arises is one aspect of public policy that does not appear in the different systems at a sectorial level. And there is not enough statistical information or studies on that. And basically, I would like to refer, for example, to the assessment of the impact of reimbursable financing, which is very important because the private sector, one of the lines of work is public expenditure, and of course incentives, subsidies, taxes, related to prices. And there, I believe that we find a convergence between those that have presented the different methodologies that leads them to the conclusion that the investment in public goods has a greater impact than investing on private goods. And we would be fully in agreement with that because that leads to many externalities, not only the ones that have been mentioned here, but also investment in technology and infrastructure, issues that are all very, very important for producers and that are not resolved in most countries, in most of our Latin American countries. And that implies complex governance, both on the part of central and local governments. And I believe that this is important. But in addition to this, or subsidies to consumers, it is also important to assess macroeconomic policies in terms of the injection of resources via reimbursable financing. I believe that this I believe that it would be very interesting to consider this in addition. I also feel that it is important within the present pandemic context, which means that we face a very unusual shock on demand and supply at the same time. And so it is complex to make a prognosis based on the inertia of policies, basically policies related to demand or consumer subsidies, and few supply policies. When we need to mobilize both types of policies, policies related to both demand, but also related to supply. And therefore, we would have to look again at conclusions from the past when we look at specific policies. Because without taking away the validity of the historical information that is, of course, relevant in terms of the cost effectiveness of the measures under the normal conditions, that is valuable, but we would still have to consider this in how this applies to abnormal times.
Sería importante.
It would also, I think it would be important to condition supports to the private sector based on environmental impacts and employment generation. In other words, we cannot simply provide them with a blank check. This must be done in accordance with the reality of each country. We cannot forget the heterogeneity that we find in our rural sectors, and we need to especially aim these non-reimbursable support to small farmers and to family agriculture, and to mobilize existing networks in territories in order to provide that support, for example, technical assistance, also in terms of financial services, that could have a greater impact. Because if the private good that is the beneficiary of state support is indiscriminate, well, normally it is captured by those that have greatest ability to design projects or conduct lobbying in order to benefit from these possibilities. So those are my concerns. And perhaps one final concern that I feel is important, especially when it comes to general equilibrium models. It would be very interesting to conduct assessments, evaluations that include not only a sectorial difference in terms of what can be viewed, but also differentiating actors, both in households and among producers, and to analyze the differentiated impact, for example, between small and larger entrepreneurs, or in terms of different types of households. I believe that it would be important to explore those possibilities, and the set of possibilities that you have provided us with is, I believe, sufficiently powerful to conduct that type of analysis and work. What I believe would be appropriate, or what we would suggest, is that the work that has been done by OECD countries could be opened up or expanded to non-OECD countries that represent the majority of countries in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. I would now like to offer the floor to our colleague, Arno Hamelers, who has 8 minutes for his comments. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the FAO for this event. I believe that it is extremely interesting. What I am concerned with, however, is that there are too many economists. And sometimes we have to reflect on that. But it is clear, and this is a message that we have heard every day, it is clear that we must find more sustainable and resilient systems capable of absorbing these shocks. And the projects that had been designed and related to climate change have worked very appropriately. But there is a clear message in the sense that we must be much more multi-sectorial in our work. And that is a challenge to economists to include other variables such as climate change, health, and so on in their models, because we have developed, especially in Latin America, a policy of a food policy, which is something that we need to reflect on, how we can perhaps produce more inclusive models. And it is very clear in terms of policies that the public sector must play a much more important role. And even at the level of acting as a regulator of the system, because we have developed systems that are not very sustainable and that rely highly on prices in the economy. But what is important is that these are policies that we're working on in our whole region, and that this is so that this can become a competitive bloc in the future and also a sustainable bloc. I believe that we must focus on innovation, the combination of social public policies in areas, in productive areas, but also generating this space for small producers, market access. We must rethink our logistical systems as well. And an option that I haven't yet heard is a much more territorial approach, the approach of a sustainable landscape where there is space for everyone, to prevent what is happening in Europe, where we have generated social deserts, so to speak. I have been working for many years in Scotland, and we have reached a point where we have these dry areas in Scotland, and that in areas that lack grass, for example. Even in Scotland, that has such a tremendous rainfall. So we must not lose sight of all these aspects. But how do we make sure that this rural area remains alive? That means that we have to work on the issue of services. We need digitalization. At present, today, I believe that 60% of the rural population has no access to digital services. And that is a first step. The second part has to do with education. When we do not have technical education available in the area, people are simply going to move away, and we will inevitably face problems in the past. And what is the basis for this alliance? So, well, I believe that we must focus our work much more on alliances between the productive sector, the private sector, the public sector, in order to build this confidence. I believe, having worked a lot in Latin America, that we don't trust each other, and this social capital is something that we are missing. I don't know how we can resolve this, but as financiers, we must contribute to the generation of the social capital, because whenever this social capital exists, whatever shock may occur, we will have the ability out in the field to resolve these problems. But this is definitely something that we have to work on. And in terms of indicators, yes, we must think it differently. I was thinking of the happiness index, but I believe that those are all also issues that we have to incorporate in our future models, because we clearly need to refocus our system to produce food and produce food that leads to happiness and also to health. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Arnaud. Now I would like to give the floor to each of the different presenters. We will start now then with Maximo. Maximo, you've got 8 minutes since you were the first presenter in order for you to bring this to a closing. Well, yes, thank you so much. I think that all of the different presentations somehow supplement the others. The issue that we've got in Latin America, I believe, is the importance of trying to really link the different elements on the different policies. Normally, ministries operating silos, and they really do not have any connection. So when we're talking about agro-food systems, we're actually talking about the possibility of having one goal, and that is to, well, eliminate to hunger and to have a healthy diet for everybody. But in order to get there, we do need to compromise, and we are going to have trade-offs, effects on natural resources. We will have effects on emissions, water, inequality when it comes to income, the amount of land. So these are all interrelated, and that is some of the things that we need to consider when we're moving in the direction that we're moving. The work that we're doing with modeling together with the team of modelers is precisely trying to do that. It's trying to measure for the policies that need to be made in order to achieve that goal. What are some of the trade-offs and how can we minimize them? Because if that's not clear, I believe that it's going to be very difficult for us to come to a solution. Because the problem that we have is that everyone goes in their own direction, some natural resources, other climate change, and no one's really actually coordinating all of that. I don't really know what are all the policies that allow us to minimize those trade-offs so that we can have a real sustainable transformation of the agricultural system. So we're really being led by slogans, which are sometimes quite complex. So for example, many people talk about healthy, sustainable diet. That is transferring this responsibility to the consumer. And in economics, that's simply something that's crazy. I should not have to transfer those costs to the end consumer. So we have to really solve these public good, and we really have to make sure that the different end consumers have access to that according to their budgets, obviously, but considering that the invisible hand is going to work in the world and that we're going to be doing things correctly and that we're going to have basically a world or an answer that's going to be totally distorted. So I think it's very clear that we should have a clear goal and function. Secondly, distortions. Countries need to start understanding that if we want to get to the efficiencies and the competitive levels that we want, we need to have the appropriate incentives. The IDB, the OECD have both presented clearly the level of distortions that we have, and these are public subsidies that really have no real return. It's actually a loss of efficiencies. The third point that's also very important, and I didn't mention it, but I think it's very important, is the infrastructure of the value chain and the infrastructure. And I apologize, Michael, because infrastructure has to do with the World Bank. Safeguards, you know, it's quite an issue. But yes, we've been trying to do this, but I think that the concept of infrastructure as compacts that brings together the elements that the production chain actually requires is something of utmost importance. Another really important topic which has been mentioned is trade. And the fear that we have with these pandemics, and please, Carlos, stop me if I use up my time. People think that we should have food sovereignty. And that's a big issue because the allocation of resources there is not going to be efficient. It's similar to what's happening today because there's no real trade of the savings of CO2 emissions. Countries have their commitments, and I've got a country like New Zealand that produces livestock in a very efficient way, but yet they are reducing their production because they want to reduce the emissions. And who's going to take on that? Basically, another country that has less efficient production system. So for us to allow us, I mean, maybe we should do this like we started off in Kyoto when we were allowed to do this trading, and that would allow us to start reducing part of these trade-offs. And we want to make this a private good. We want to make this one of the trade-offs, for example. So I think that in a nutshell, basically coordinations, having an objective function and a goal that will allow us to be more resilient in the end, because agriculture has shown that it has the capacities at the private level, for example, of being resilient to these kind of shocks. It's unbelievable what they've been able to do. I've been getting together, for example, with processing industries, factories, through the whole COVID-19 situation, and their capabilities, the way that they have impacted their production lines, it's really amazing, as well as farmers. But there's inequality there because the smaller farmers do not have the same kind of access to funding. Well, you know that. But I think that there's quite a lot that we have learned, and there's quite a lot that can be done. But looking for a change is important. And if any country says that they do not require a change or a transformation in order to get to that objective function, including Peru, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, would simply be lying. All countries are facing issues, and it is necessary to undertake that kind of change. And I think that saying that they don't need a change is simply making up an excuse. Well, no, thank you so much, Maximo, for that comment. Now I want to ask the colleagues of the OECD, whether it's going to be Jonathan or Dalila or both of you, who's going to be intervening here. So Jonathan, Dalila, who's going to pitch in? Or
Okay,
I mean, between the both of you, you've got 8 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Carlos. So I'll start, and Dalila can tidy up afterwards if necessary. But really, what I would like to do is just make three points. One is maybe to echo, in a way, Maximo's point about trade. I think one thing that we are seeing at the moment is a retreat from multilateralism, and if we looked and a trust, and we're seeing this particularly as well in the light of the COVID pandemic, a kind of mistrust of trade, and a number of governments stressing the importance of reshoring of a number of policies. And I think in terms of food and agriculture, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that the areas where population and demand are growing fastest are not the same as the areas where supply can be increased sustainably. And so we're going to need trade, and indeed trade will become more important, not less important in the future. And if we look at our support calculations, the market price support that we see, the corollary of that is that to maintain those high prices, you need trade protection. And that's that's still a misallocation of resources, and it's not something that is going to help food security, nor, as Maximo suggested, the sustainable use of resources either. So that, I think that's one point, and we need to be very careful of that in the context of COVID responses. The second point is that a point was made about trade-offs and synergies across policies, and we've stressed that there's a good case to be spending more money, not less, on public goods. One of the issues is, I think, that there will be trade-offs across different objectives. So, for example, if we want healthier diets and we want to use resources more sustainably, then in some countries where consumption is high, there could be a win-win between more plant-based diets, less meat consumption in those countries, not in all countries, but in some countries, and a more sustainable use of the planet's resources. So there's a potential win, but those kinds of decisions are always going to be very difficult because they will have implications for the livelihoods of livestock farmers and for the kinds of operations that they have. So in making these choices and trade-offs, it's important to think about the process and the processes of mediation that we're going to put in place when we have to confront these difficult choices. There are some nice synergies, but synergies are not always as simple as a win-win either, because the amount of the policy that gets you the benefit of one policy, one objective isn't the same as the amount you need for the other. So if you've got two objectives, you normally need two instruments as well. You can't just assume that you can go around and just to use the phrase, pick low-hanging fruit every time. So there are difficult decisions that need to be made, aside from just looking at how we spend money on public goods. The final point I'd like to make is about COVID responses, because I think it was Jo Swinnen made the point in the previous session, this is an opportunity as well, and that a crisis is an opportunity. And I think that's a very important point. In our monitoring of agricultural policy responses, so far what we've seen is that the emerging economies without the fiscal space have tended to operate market measures and provide information, but in some cases take moves in terms of policies at the border. They've not opened the taps in terms of providing relief and support to their farmers, but the wealthier OECD countries have certainly done that. And what we've seen is spending, even in the early months, was starting to top over $50 billion. Now, of that amount, about a third of it was what you might call kind of no regret policies. So longer term investments that would really be expected to pay off in terms of improving the resilience of the food and agriculture system, improving sustainability. But two-thirds of it was what you might call relief measures. And I think in terms of the policies that are being introduced, we really need to look carefully at that distinction between what are those deeper investments and what are some of those policies that need sunset clauses, and where we need to be quite careful that it's not just piling on more support and creating further problems down the line that are, may have made sense as a temporary response, but may not be calibrated according to, well, whatever the existing instruments are that are already in place, for example, with respect to safety nets, and may need to be rolled back with time. So I think we need to keep a close eye on that to make sure that, it's not just about spending the money on public versus private goods, but really making sure that these responses take the right direction in this process of building back from COVID. I think I'll leave it there. I'm not sure, Delila, if you've got a point you'd like to.
Yes, yeah, just solo para complementar de alguna manera lo que.
Yeah, just to round up what Jonathan.
Ahora sí. Okay.
Okay, you can hear me now. So just to round up what Jonathan was saying, it is also very important to understand that the challenges are still there.
No desde ahora.
And they've not been there it's not just now because of COVID. COVID has simply highlighted the existing problems. The policies or the problems in the region are no news. They existed before COVID. And the analysis that we have presented today, where we have seen that the investments for general services or public goods have been minimized, and
pues olvidadas.
one way or another, well, they've been used, but the message really is to keep this in mind, because it is important to understand that within the region, we have two different types of agricultural. It's a dual model where on the one side, we have a very efficient agriculture, very successful, which is based on exports. But there's another type of agriculture in the region too that's lagging behind. And in spite of the fact that production may be increasing, especially for small producers, agricultural and livestock policy is not enough to solve all of the issues that small producers and small farmers have. These are all related to poverty. So in order to solve this larger problem, which is poverty, it is not only the agricultural policies, they require other policies to other public services. They do need to see those: health, rural infrastructure, public health, education, educational infrastructure, many other aspects that need to be considered if we truly want to solve the problem in a more global way. And if we want to solve this, because the risk is there, climate change is there, and all of the repercussions and impacts, we've already seen some of them. So I think that challenges have always been there, and they're still there, and now they're just being emphasized. These crises, as many have said, are opportunities, an opportunity to reflect and to change. And I know that Latin American countries is not like the rest of the OECD countries that can make a simple redistribution, but the little public expense that these countries have in Latin America has therefore got to be used more efficiently than any other countries. What Paolo mentioned in his studies, and also what Maximo said and what Eugenio said, all of these methodologies, all of these mechanisms are useful to understand and can help us to better... She's frozen. We've lost her. Dalila, are you there? Well, it seems like her connection is down. Yes, we've lost her. Well, Jonathan, maybe you can use up the 1 minute that she had left, or if not, we can move on to the next one.
I think we can.
Okay. Muchas gracias a ambos, por favor.
Okay, well, thank you so much then. So now it is the turn of Paulo from the IDB. You also have 8 minutes for your comments.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I'll use all 8 minutes, because I believe that most things have already been said, and I will try not to repeat myself. I'll just add a couple of things. One of the points that has been mentioned by our colleagues from the OECD, for example, is the issue of trade-offs. And I believe that that is something that we have to discuss sometimes in a more explicit fashion, and perhaps in a much more open fashion. Obviously, there are some trade-offs that we have, and some of them are related to, for example, to underlying aspects of political economic policies that explain the existence of certain policies. And in more intellectual circles, in circles that involve quantitative studies, these aspects are sometimes ignored, and they can indeed explain what continues to happen and continues to exist in several countries. Another issue is, for example, the issue of more in-depth studies and analysis of the policies that we implement, both in economic and environmental terms, and to determine whether the recommendations that we make are sometimes sufficiently coherent or not. Around those issues, I believe that there is scope to conduct a more in-depth analysis. One of the issues that we are working on in the IDB, and that I haven't been able to mention in my presentation, but that is of great interest to us, is the issue that we have developed in terms of the relationship between agricultural policies, the support that is provided to the sector, and the greenhouse effect gas emissions that agriculture produces, and that and of course, they may produce more or less in accordance with the type of support that is provided in the OECD, for example. I know that there is a lot of interest in those aspects, and therefore I believe that we have to conduct inter-institutional efforts in order to coordinate our work around those issues. And I mentioned here the important role played by the consortium that we haven't yet mentioned, but we all form part of a consortium to monitor agricultural policies in the world, or multilateral organizations that monitor agricultural policies are or form part of this consortium. And around these issues, I believe that there is an important role that can be played by the multilateral organizations. And then there's other issues. There are other subsectors, for example, that can be analyzed in greater depth. And following the example of the OECD, we have begun, for example, to study the issue of fisheries, that in many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean is an important sector that creates a lot of employment in rural coastal areas. And that is an issue that we have tried to analyze in greater depth, and that perhaps could form part of our discussions, of our future discussions and efforts in this sense. And finally, a point that I believe is important, and that is related to something that has been mentioned by some of the colleagues today, and that is the issue of the redistribution effect that some policies have in some countries. That is something that is studied, and we have to analyze this within different countries. How policies support different groups that may be groups in geographic terms, or in terms of size of exports, or in terms of gender. We can create many different groups, but I believe that that would help us to understand much more the effects that those policies are having. And linking up to my first point, the political economics underlying these agricultural policies that to a large extent can help us explain the existence of these policies. So I believe that once again, it is very important to continue with that work of analyzing agricultural policies in agriculture that we are all conducting. And for that purpose, we have formalized this collaboration within the consortium, and tried to expand certain issues and aspects of these agricultural and livestock policies that can help us to better understand, and thus to provide solutions and suggestions that are much more clearly aligned with what is actually happening in the countries where we're working. Now, since I stole 1 minute last time, I am now going to conclude here. Thank you, Paolo. And now I'll offer the floor to Michael Morris from the World Bank. Can you hear me? Thank you. Well, many observations have been made, and I coincide with practically all of them. I won't try to comment on all of them. However, I would like to mention an issue mentioned by Janet Sanchez at the beginning, and that is related to the importance of ensuring an adequate management of public expenditure, because we are all aware, and this was an issue that was emphasized in several of the presentations. We all acknowledge that public resources are scarce and that therefore it is important to manage them adequately, especially during this period of the pandemic when the demand for public goods and services has increased significantly. And many countries, obviously, with facing fiscal restrictions, have to find ways of better managing these resources. When they cannot spend more, they must spend better in a more effective manner. Janet said that we still needed information about the impact of public expenditure, especially those that are financed by debt. And I would like to clarify that in terms of the financing of loans financed by the World Bank, at the end of each project, program, or initiative, there is always a final implementation report that includes an analysis of its impact on ability and the impact of the investment. Sometimes it probably does not include all social aspects mentioned by Arnold, despite the fact that it implies an analysis of the effective impacts of the initiative. Now, these studies are subsequently evaluated, assessed by our independent assessment group, and they are quite rigorous, really. I would say these are, in general terms, very robust studies. And that gives us an idea of the efficiency of expenditure. But it is a fact that, as far as I know, many governments do not make rigorous comparisons between expenditure financed by different sources, for example, or sometimes the assessment of a bank's financing is done in a very isolated fashion. And thus, it may be somewhat difficult for a government to determine the efficiency of one loan compared to the efficiency of another loan financed by a different source. And those that conduct assessment studies probably use different methodologies and so on. So I think it could be an area to focus further analytical studies. That comparison between the efficiency of public expenditure financed by different financing sources. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And the last comment is Eugenio Díaz Bonilla. Thank you, Carlos. I would like to mention 3 points with regards data and analytical frameworks in order to manage that data. And there, I would like to refer to the type of data that we require before I start to discuss how to analyze that data and the policies that we have to follow. I would say that there are 3 levels. First of all, we have an analytical framework, which has been very adequately constructed, and that is the OECD framework. Used by the IDB, the World Bank is expanding to other countries. However, that is for the agriculture and livestock sector, the more primary sector. That does not involve the whole primary, the whole regional spectrum. We don't have the full value chain. We don't include the food environment referred to by the food system of the level panel of experts. And each sector perhaps has its own methodology and its own way of seeking data. For example, nutritionists have their own framework for food environment, which is not a single one also. And so in the IFPRI, we developed a paper on these issues. But we don't have an integrated framework. Maybe it's impossible to establish it, but I think it's a possibility that is worth thinking about. Could we, for example, try to have something which is much more wider ranging, something similar to the OECD, but encompassing regional aspects, social aspects, and so on? That is the first point. The second point is something that was mentioned by Janet. And okay, how do we finance all this? And Michael also referred to this. First of all, the public expenditure review. We must review public expenditure. As far as I know, I haven't seen public expenditure reviews with an SDG, an expanded SDG perspective. We conducted one for Honduras for SDG, for expanded SDG number 2 for the IDB. But I believe that before we analyze the efficiency of the public expenditure, I would like to know the structure of the public expenditure. In other words, what impact programs have. That is very important. But what is the general structure of public expenditure vis-a-vis the objectives that I have set myself? And so public expenditure reviews is 2A. 2B would be, well, we have cast aside the macro global institutional analysis of banking and financial financing systems for rural systems and in general terms for the whole food system. We are discussing instruments, but we are not discussing the flow of funds, so the types of institutions. We began to work with ICA and with FICA. Rubén Flores accompanied us in Costa Rica when we conducted this consultation. But this is an area that we have left aside. We need an analytical framework and data that we do not have at present. And my third point, or no, my third part of the second point, 2C, is the financing of the private sector. Analysis of the financing of the private sector is conducted by NGOs, environmental NGOs primarily. How we mobilize public sector funds, green funds and so on, to finance this transformation, but from an environmental perspective. We are concerned with how we transform agri-food systems and make them compatible with SDGs that we now know has to have the issue of resilience, pandemics, and so on, which was perhaps implicit, but which was not too clear when this is defined. That is my point number 2. My point number 3 refers to data on some of the objectives that we seek. For example, we have data on poverty, that's fine. We have data at 1.9, 2.5. We have levels at a national level. We have different ways of measuring malnutrition or malnourishment. But we now also have faced the problem of obesity. With a colleague, we wrote a paper called A Question of Weight. How fat are we?
Are we?
We have different estimators for obesity, and it's important for us to have a single estimator for obesity that may be useful for us. And in the document, we showed how these two estimators had different profiles, how they suggested different things. Now, with regards to this aspect, we still have a discussion on what is the best or the healthiest diet. Now, obviously, we need more vegetables, more animal products, but then we start to discuss, well, should this be just a vegetarian diet, or do we need meat? Do we need eggs? Do we need both meat and eggs? And somebody has to produce them, and all this has environmental implications and so on. And finally, with this point number 3, if I want to talk about obesity, I need to talk about the best diets, but there is also a big vacuum with regards to environmental impacts. Is cattle raising, does it have the environmental impacts that are mentioned. Well, does it depend if I am in Argentina, in New Zealand, in Europe, or in the US? Is the environmental impact different? Yes, probably. But we do not yet have the measurements in place which lead to a convergence of opinions so that we can subsequently include that in models. As we're doing with our colleagues from the World Bank. In other words, if I change agricultural and livestock policies that change production, what impact does that have upon the environment? And this last link between production and the environment, well, we still face many question marks there. So we need data, we need analytical frameworks for data in terms of the OECD framework, but expanded in terms of how to finance public expenditure. And thirdly, data on obesity and healthy and sustainable diets. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Eugenio. We've had different opinions, different comments and points of view. I would like to leave the floor to Ruben Flores, who is the Chief of Policies on FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, and who is the person who has been behind the organization of this whole seminar that will take place in these 3 days. So please, to close this is a part of the seminar. The floor is yours. Your microphone is muted. Ruben.
Gracias. Gracias, Carlos.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Well, you know, technology is a part of the rules of the game, but behind technologies, we have human beings, which are even more important, obviously. I really want to thank all of the experts, all of the panel members that have generated this dialogue on effective policies and their recommendations. It is therefore very clear that we must take advantage of this moment in which the sector is still part of is still under the spotlight. And I'm saying this because we can imagine, for example, having to face these health crises without food. Imagine that. Now, you can really see the importance of our agricultural farmers, of our industries, the retailers, as well as the distribution channels. If this whole food system were not working, you can imagine what it would be like. And if we're working, if it's working, even though we do have this pandemic, then how do we take advantages of all these abilities? And I think that the emphasis that has been put has been very good, especially the joint effort, the different types of messages of everything we have, for example, regarding qualitative and quantitative analysis of public policies. It is also very clear that we must undoubtedly, in order to guarantee the collaboration that we need to really take into consideration collaboration to be more effective so that we can again regain that space for public policies in the local, national, regional, and world space. It is also very important that this conversation today allows us to have a connecting thread with what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have 8 parallel panels that will go into more details. And obviously, Arnold will not only have multi-sectorial panels, but also multi-professional panels so that we can see the relationship between the food systems and macroeconomics, also with territorial development, what's actually happening there on the territory, how does these productive system works. So also you've talked about what happens with the funding of investment and the relationship that it has with the agro-food systems. So this whole topic also regarding health, but most important of all, not only the food and the world trade, but also a more domestic approach. This whole driver on environment and climate change is also one of the important topics after having seen all of this. What are the kind of institutions that we really require? What are the new kinds of governance that we require? What is the type of relationship and engagement we should have with the different stakeholders? And that's why it is important to have the participation, and this is something that I forgot to say in the morning, the participation of the members of the different parliaments from the region, because they need to understand that they also play an important role in the construction of the whole legal framework, but also civil society, family, agriculture, and agribusiness in general. So we will also have to look at social development and agricultural systems. These are all panels that will be developed tomorrow, parallel sessions, so that all the different participants, and I want to say this, we really exceeded the 5,000 participants during this event. So if you were to imagine this, physically, this would not have been possible did we not have the technology available. So it is important. It has allowed us to get to more people. So tomorrow we will be talking about this. And there's something else that I think it's very important. Tomorrow there's going to be an important effort on participation, on dialogue, with the aim of trying to get to Friday with having those access, those guidelines, those pathways that will allow us to undertake the efforts to come to collaborative agreements. I think that that's the most important thing, really. And that's precisely where we're heading in these coming 2 days. I really want to thank each and every single one of you for your efforts. I really want to thank the authorities. We have received many comments, a lot of interest from ministers of agriculture, from ministers of the environment that we have been in constant contact with. So with this, I'd just like to bring this morning session to a closing. I really want to thank you all for your efforts, and I really want to invite you to tomorrow and Friday to continue developing and building upon these foundations that we have set today. And then after that, we will have another closing seminar, which will probably make the preparation for the global meeting that we will have on agro-food systems, which is being put together by the United Nations next year, so that we can really put an emphasis on recovery and the transformation of the food systems. It has been extremely fruitful, a lot of information, a lot of information available, and a lot of data for us to start building consensus. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Carlos, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Que esté muy bien.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Yeah, thank you.
América Latina y el Caribe vive una rápida transición nutricional. Entre 2000 y 2014, el hambre se redujo en un 50%, pero ha vuelto a aumentar en más de 13 millones de personas a partir de entonces. El sobrepeso y la obesidad no han parado de crecer y ya afectan al 60% de los adultos, un total de 262 millones de personas y más de 4 millones de niños. Se trata de una grave amenaza, ya que las enfermedades crónicas relacionadas a la mala alimentación, el sobrepeso y la obesidad son la principal causa de muerte a nivel mundial. Esta realidad se relaciona con los rápidos cambios en nuestros sistemas alimentarios vividos en las últimas décadas. La oferta de productos altamente procesados ha crecido enormemente, sustituyendo en muchos casos a los alimentos frescos y naturales, y las personas en condición de pobreza están enfrentando mayores dificultades económicas para acceder a dietas sanas. La conjunción de estos factores nos ha llevado a una verdadera crisis nutricional. La FAO estima que más de 320 millones de personas en América Latina y el Caribe, el 51% de la población, padece de una o más formas de malnutrición. Pero esta crisis puede ser una enorme oportunidad para transitar hacia una nueva agricultura, una mejor ganadería y formas novedosas de utilizar los recursos forestales y pesqueros. Para tomar ventaja de este desafío, se requieren acciones de alcance global, razón por la cual Naciones Unidas ha convocado a todos los países del mundo a participar en la primera cumbre de sistemas alimentarios en 2021. Necesitamos actuar con un sentido de urgencia y llevar a cabo cambios inmediatos en nuestra región que nos permitan avanzar hacia sistemas alimentarios sostenibles que sean parte fundamental de la solución, proporcionando alimentos saludables y accesibles para todas las personas. Para ello, la FAO propone una agenda de 2 ejes. El primero busca garantizar una mayor oferta y acceso físico a dietas diversificadas y nutritivas para todas las personas. Para ello, la región debe aumentar de forma eficiente y sostenible la producción de alimentos que contribuyen a una mejor alimentación, como frutas, verduras, legumbres, pescados y mariscos. Lograrlo requerirá impulsar la producción de alimentos de alto valor nutricional, facilitando activos productivos, financiamiento y capacitación a los pequeños y medianos productores, fomentando sus asociaciones. Debemos impulsar una economía circular y reducir las pérdidas y desperdicios de los alimentos, acciones necesarias para generar sistemas alimentarios que enfrenten todas las formas de malnutrición. Mejorar los sistemas de distribución para que toda la población tenga un acceso efectivo a alimentos saludables es clave. Las cadenas de distribución, incluyendo los supermercados, deben tener una mayor oferta de alimentos saludables y diversificados, fomentando circuitos cortos de comercialización y las tiendas de abasto local. Las políticas comerciales que propicien una mayor seguridad alimentaria y aumente la oferta de alimentos nutritivos que respete las particularidades culturales es parte fundamental de esta labor. Mejorar la inocuidad y calidad de los alimentos es necesario para impulsar su comercio, una piedra angular en la seguridad alimentaria regional, para lo cual se debe promover alianzas con los servicios de sanidad agropecuarias, salud pública y desarrollo rural. El segundo gran eje del programa de la FAO busca facilitar el acceso económico a los alimentos, mejorar la información y los hábitos de consumo para promover dietas saludables. Para ello, se requieren políticas fiscales y sociales que faciliten el acceso a dietas saludables, ya que hoy 96 millones de personas no cuentan con un ingreso para acceder siquiera a una canasta básica de alimentos. Regular la promoción, publicidad, información y etiquetados de los alimentos es clave para empoderar a los consumidores y advertir sobre aquellos productos con exceso de azúcar, grasas o sal. La región debe impulsar medidas que desincentiven la promoción y venta de estos productos y que estimulen hábitos de consumo saludables mediante la educación alimentaria y la alimentación escolar. Implementar los 2 ejes de esta agenda requiere una institucionalidad pública renovada que se apoye en la ciencia y tecnología e integre a todos los actores, incluyendo los consumidores y al sector privado. El diálogo y la colaboración con el sector empresarial será un énfasis de la acción de la FAO, pues sin su colaboración no es posible asegurar una alimentación saludable para todos. De igual manera, se requiere información confiable y monitoreo constante de las políticas para enfrentar el hambre, el sobrepeso y la obesidad. Lograrlo implica una gobernanza efectiva que logre equilibrar los intereses de todos los actores del sistema alimentario, donde lo público tendrá que tomar un mayor protagonismo. La FAO está a disposición de los gobiernos para implementar de forma urgente esta agenda de trabajo, cuyo objetivo último es dar una respuesta inmediata a todos quienes padecen malnutrición.
hemos tomado algunas medidas, como por ejemplo irle a dejar a las personas estos productos, pues les damos nuestro contacto, ellos nos llaman y nosotros logramos hacerle ahí el pedido y se lo vamos a entregar hasta su casa. Les damos nuestra mascarilla, los guantes de látex, nuestro alcohol gel. Gracias a Dios las hortalizas se venden en la misma comunidad. Aparte de que siembro hortalizas, tengo lo que es la crianza de conejo y de codorniz. Es muy importante que en la localidad podamos producir nuestra propia alimentación. Somos muy fundamentales en la alimentación local. Muy agradecido con la FAO por todo el apoyo que nos ha estado brindando desde que iniciamos en estos proyectos de agricultura. Soy un productor hambre cero para la seguridad alimentaria y esta pandemia del coronavirus no nos detiene, seguimos produciendo alimentos.
Mano a mano, hacia sociedades rurales prósperas e inclusivas. El desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe requiere territorios rurales prósperos e incluyentes. Hoy existen zonas rurales muy dinámicas en la región, con empleos de calidad y mercados versátiles, pero también hay otras donde predomina la pobreza y el hambre. Esta realidad es totalmente inaceptable. Cambiarla requiere acciones urgentes como las que propone la iniciativa Mano a Mano de la FAO, que se basa en la premisa de que para que nadie se quede atrás, es necesario que todos avancemos juntos. La manera de lograrlo es generar las condiciones para que los países y territorios que gozan de mayor prosperidad le den la mano a los que permanecen rezagados. Avanzando mano a mano, podemos emparejar la cancha para todos y crear un mundo rural realmente innovador, con ciencia y tecnología digital de punta, preparado para enfrentar los desafíos del siglo XXI. Porque no podemos seguir postergando lo rural. Allí se producen alimentos para más de 800 millones de personas, el 14% de los cultivos del mundo y más de un cuarto de la carne vacuna. Allí se alberga gran parte de la biodiversidad global, el agua dulce y los bosques naturales del planeta. De las zonas rurales de América Latina y el Caribe surge más del 20% de sus exportaciones y el 20% del empleo total. La mitad de la energía de la región proviene de territorios rurales, los cuales son también destinos turísticos para millones y proveen servicios ecosistémicos de los que dependen las ciudades. Y sin embargo, a pesar de toda esta riqueza, la pobreza afecta a 1 de cada 2 habitantes rurales y 1 de cada 5 vive en pobreza extrema. Muchos territorios rurales enfrentan severos déficits de infraestructura y servicios, tienen baja cobertura en los programas de protección social y padecen situaciones de inseguridad, violencia y actividades económicas ilegales. Los sectores agrícolas y los sistemas alimentarios de las zonas rurales absorben gran parte de los impactos de las amenazas naturales, emergencias y desastres cada vez más frecuentes e intensas debido al cambio climático. La inseguridad alimentaria, la extrema pobreza, la falta de oportunidades, los shocks climáticos y la violencia que afecta a ciertas zonas están aumentando la presión migratoria. Pero junto a los territorios rezagados, existen otros que generan miles de millones de dólares en exportaciones de alimentos que llegan a todo el planeta. Por eso se necesitan políticas públicas diferenciadas para apoyar el desarrollo de todos los territorios. Para ello, la FAO propone una agenda de 5 ejes que busca impulsar una gran transformación rural. El primero es apoyar el aumento de la inversión en bienes públicos y privados, fortalecer los derechos de propiedad para el acceso seguro a la tierra, extender la cobertura y la calidad de los servicios rurales y dotar de mejor información al sector agropecuario. Todo ello es clave para volver más eficiente y sostenible al sector agrícola, disminuir sus impactos ambientales e impulsar su desarrollo sostenible. El segundo eje es ampliar la protección social en el medio rural, vinculándola con las políticas y programas de inclusión productiva. El tercer eje es impulsar la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales, que son manejados por agricultores familiares, afrodescendientes y mujeres rurales, promoviendo nuevos emprendimientos asociados al patrimonio natural y cultural, como los productos forestales no maderables, los servicios ambientales, el turismo rural y los productos con indicaciones geográficas. El cuarto eje es impulsar el empleo rural no agrícola, aprovechando y fortaleciendo los vínculos entre los centros urbanos y rurales, con inversión privada, infraestructura y mayores lazos del sector agrícola con los mercados de bienes y servicios. El último eje de la agenda es expandir la infraestructura rural con paquetes de inversiones públicas y privadas, servicios de Internet, información y telecomunicaciones, aspectos indispensables para la transición hacia una agricultura digital y sociedades rurales más innovadoras. La agenda que la FAO propone a los países miembros tiene un sello distintivo: crear soluciones integrales, hechas a la medida de los países y territorios, a través de la iniciativa Mano a Mano, promovida por el director general de la FAO. Esta integra políticas públicas de superación de la pobreza con la revolución tecnológica del mundo digital, permitiendo un salto adelante en la forma de organizar el trabajo de agricultores, gobiernos y centros de investigación, desarrollo e innovación. Para revitalizar el mundo rural, es necesario fortalecer la pesca artesanal y la agricultura familiar, que agrupa más del 80% de las unidades productivas agrícolas de la región. También se deben integrar los movimientos migratorios con políticas de desarrollo que dinamicen los territorios rurales. Durante el próximo bienio, la FAO continuará entregando su apoyo a los países, tanto en el terreno como al más alto nivel político, para transformar la agricultura y las sociedades rurales y generar un mundo rural más próspero. Este salto adelante permitirá a América Latina y el Caribe alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y acabar con el hambre y la pobreza rural mediante la innovación, la inversión y el desarrollo científico y tecnológico.
Estamos aquí en el vivero que tenemos de la Asociación de los Productores de Café, un rubro el cual pensamos nosotros y tenemos la fe que es el que nos va a sacar hacia adelante después que pase esta pandemia. Ya estamos trasplantando hacia las bolsas y después entonces las vamos a comercializar hacia los productores. Si sigue la pandemia, nosotros tendríamos que utilizar la tecnología a través de los celulares para contactar a los productores y venderle el producto. Tenemos una producción de codornices que ya está empezando a tener sus primeras posturas. Es lo que nosotros queremos tener para poder salir adelante después que termine este periodo que nos tenemos nosotros en confinamiento en casa.
La comercialización en estos momentos está un poco difícil, ya que por el asunto del coronavirus pues no podemos atender a los clientes en sus hogares. Lo que hacemos es que nos comunicamos vía WhatsApp y los clientes entonces llegan hasta nuestros hogares a buscar lo que es la producción. 100% de granja, estas posturas de gallina. parte de lo que nosotros hacemos y parte de nuestra sustentación.
Podemos estar en casa y podemos producir para el país.
Agricultura sostenible y resiliente al cambio climático. El patrimonio natural de América Latina y el Caribe es una riqueza que resulta clave para mantener las dinámicas y los equilibrios ambientales en todo el planeta. Las zonas rurales de la región contienen el 50% de la biodiversidad mundial, el 23% de los bosques, un tercio del agua dulce y el 12% de las tierras cultivadas. Este patrimonio natural provee la base para una producción agrícola y alimentaria abundante y diversa, que da empleo y que nutre a cientos de millones de personas. La región aporta actualmente un 14% de la producción agrícola mundial y el 23% de las exportaciones de productos agrícolas y pesqueros. Su sector agrícola es la fuente principal de ingresos para 15 millones de familias de agricultores y 2 millones de familias de pescadores, e indirectamente da empleo a decenas de millones más. Sin embargo, la manera en que hasta hoy se ha desarrollado la actividad agrícola ha tenido importantes consecuencias ambientales, y existe un amplio acuerdo en que este sector no puede seguir creciendo de la misma forma. Desde 1970, la región ha perdido cerca del 80% de su biodiversidad. Su superficie de bosques se ha reducido. Más de la mitad de las pesquerías de la región se encuentran sobreexplotadas y casi 200 millones de hectáreas de tierras están degradadas. El sector agrícola, forestal, ganadero y el cambio de uso de suelo es responsable del 42% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero que provienen de la región. En los próximos 11 años, el 40% de la superficie de América Latina y el Caribe habrá alcanzado o sobrepasado el umbral de 2 grados de calentamiento, y para 2050 toda la región estará bajo un nuevo régimen climático, con un aumento en la frecuencia e intensidad de los eventos climáticos extremos y cambios en los patrones de lluvias y en los rendimientos de los cultivos. Si para las próximas décadas se espera una escalada del 70% en la demanda global de alimentos, ¿cómo puede América Latina y el Caribe seguir aportando a la alimentación global al tiempo que reduce los impactos ambientales de la agricultura en un contexto de cambio climático? En la FAO estamos convencidos de la necesidad de una transformación hacia una agricultura sostenible y resiliente, que será una fuente de crecimiento para la región. Para impulsar este cambio, la FAO propone a sus países miembros una agenda basada en 2 objetivos. El primero es producir de manera más sostenible, reduciendo la huella ambiental y logrando una mayor integración con los ecosistemas y la biodiversidad. Para lograrlo, es necesario reducir la huella ambiental de la agricultura, lo que requerirá mejorar la salud del suelo y avanzar hacia un uso eficiente del agua, cuya escasez es un enorme desafío. Integrar la conservación de la biodiversidad en las políticas de producción permitirá preservar la base de recursos que sostiene la agricultura y seguridad alimentaria regional. Este esfuerzo debe correr en paralelo con el manejo sostenible de los bosques, incluyendo el combate a la tala ilegal, la cogestión forestal, la forestería comunitaria y las concesiones forestales. La pesca y la acuicultura pueden ser un aporte clave para la seguridad alimentaria y a una alimentación más saludable. Por esta razón, los países deben combatir la pesca ilegal y velar por el crecimiento sostenible del sector. Reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero de la agricultura y el sistema alimentario es una prioridad fundamental. Lograrlo requiere combatir la deforestación, impulsar la ganadería baja en emisiones, recarbonizar los suelos y reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. El segundo eje del programa de la FAO está centrado en conseguir que los agricultores, las comunidades rurales y los ecosistemas sean más resilientes al cambio climático. Debemos invertir en prevención para reducir el costo de los desastres por fenómenos naturales y mejorar los sistemas de información y monitoreo del riesgo para actuar de manera oportuna y efectiva. Existe una gran variedad de prácticas productivas resilientes al cambio climático, pero el desafío es lograr que sean adoptadas a gran escala por los agricultores, las empresas y las comunidades. Para implementar estos dos ejes de trabajo se requiere mayor inversión, un gran salto en innovación digital y tecnología y un cambio institucional profundo para construir una nueva gobernanza que involucre a más sectores de la sociedad y estimule la cooperación entre los países. El desafío que la región enfrenta es considerable, pero la transformación de la agricultura hacia la sostenibilidad y la resiliencia será una fuente de múltiples oportunidades. Con nuevas modalidades de producción, fruto de innovaciones tecnológicas, mayor inversión en capital humano e investigación, mejores políticas y mayor inclusión de los productores pequeños y medianos en los nuevos mercados verdes, la región puede entrar en un nuevo ciclo de crecimiento. Esta transformación no solo redundará en una sociedad más justa e inclusiva, sino en una agricultura que no solo explote los recursos naturales, sino que los potencie y los valorice. Ahí está el futuro.
Somos agricultores, somos los que producimos, los que trabajamos en el campo y los que alimentamos, se puede decir, a las ciudades.
Seguimos extractando miel. Nosotros seguimos produzindo alimentos sanos.
Neste momento onde muitos precisaram parar de trabalhar, nós produtores não paramos para garantir o alimento em sua mesa.
No paramos porque tenemos que seguir produciendo la leche.
Las cadenas de alimentos no se detienen, pero también nos adaptamos a eso.
De pandemia nosotros seguimos trabajando con amor, con cariño, paciencia.
Onde toda a família contribui para o empreendedorismo rural.
Seguimos con la siembra para soportar esta pandemia.
Produciendo realmente alimentos de forma responsable, no solo para el hoy, sino también para el mañana.
O agro não pode parar. Mais uma vez, o agro mostrando sua força.
Quem alimenta a cidade é o campo.
Unámonos para poder enfrentar esta pandemia.
Que los productos alimenticios lleguen a toda la población.
No salir de casa, estar en cuarentena.
Quédate en casa, que yo pesco por ti.
Vos, quédate en casa.
Por mim, por você e por nós todos.
Innovación y agricultura digital. El sistema alimentario enfrenta desafíos sin precedentes. El mundo está cambiando a un ritmo acelerado debido a la aparición de una enorme variedad de nuevas tecnologías. La FAO ha asumido el desafío de aprovechar la revolución tecnológica en curso para transformar los sistemas alimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe, mejorar su eficiencia y sustentabilidad e impulsar la resiliencia de las comunidades, la agricultura y los ecosistemas al cambio climático. La innovación digital y tecnológica permitirá fomentar la inclusión social y crear oportunidades de empleo en los sistemas alimentarios, particularmente para la juventud rural. América Latina y el Caribe tiene una gran oportunidad para lograr resultados innovadores, tangibles y a gran escala en todos estos frentes. Para aprovecharla, la región necesita desarrollar rápidamente una hoja de ruta de innovación y digitalización de su alimentación y agricultura. La FAO en la región propone centrar su actuar en innovación en 3 grandes prioridades, junto a los países miembros y múltiples socios. La primera es transformar los sistemas alimentarios para lograr dietas saludables para todos, aumentando de manera sostenible la productividad de alimentos frescos y saludables, promoviendo la agricultura sensible a la nutrición al alcance de toda la población, impulsando el comercio electrónico de alimentos frescos y saludables para toda la población, especialmente para los más pobres y vulnerables, y modernizando los centros de suministro y las tiendas minoristas tradicionales gracias a la digitalización. La segunda prioridad es avanzar mano en mano hacia sociedades rurales más prósperas e incluyentes mediante la innovación y la digitalización, promoviendo el cambio tecnológico en los sistemas alimentarios para aumentar la productividad de los empleos rurales, agrícolas y no agrícolas, fomentando la innovación climáticamente inteligente en la producción de alimentos y estimulando el desarrollo territorial en los lugares con altos índices de pobreza e inseguridad alimentaria. La tercera prioridad regional es impulsar una agricultura sostenible y climáticamente resiliente, reduciendo la huella ambiental de la agricultura y los sistemas alimentarios mediante un uso más eficiente de los recursos naturales, conservando la biodiversidad y los servicios ecosistémicos, adaptando la agricultura al cambio climático y reduciendo el riesgo de desastres, e incrementando la eficiencia del uso del agua de la agricultura, el manejo sostenible de la pesca y la gestión y restauración de suelos mediante tecnologías digitales. Llevar adelante este programa de innovaciones tecnológicas, tanto biológicas como digitales, requiere un nuevo entorno político e institucional que garantice que sean adoptadas por la agricultura familiar, la pesca artesanal y por la pequeña y mediana empresa rural, para que se traduzcan en beneficios directos para los sectores vulnerables. Lograrlo significará crear nuevos mecanismos de financiación e inversión e innovaciones institucionales para que los países desarrollen políticas para la ciencia y la tecnología, mejoren su bioseguridad y aumenten sus inversiones públicas en investigación y sus asociaciones a nivel nacional y regional para abordar el desafío de la innovación y la digitalización multilateralmente. La FAO ha creado un nuevo Consejo Digital Internacional para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, que mejorará la cooperación internacional y el intercambio de ideas y experiencias, creando sinergias y evitando la duplicación de esfuerzos. Este consejo se mantendrá al día de los rápidos desarrollos en digitalización, trabajando con nuevas herramientas digitales y con expertos y expertas del más alto nivel. Proporcionará recomendaciones y estrategias de digitalización agrícola a actores gubernamentales y no gubernamentales y fortalecerá la cooperación internacional en los sistemas alimentarios para identificar los desafíos y las posibles soluciones. Todos estamos conscientes de la revolución científica y tecnológica que avanza a nuestro alrededor y de la necesidad que tenemos de reconstruir mejor luego del impacto de la pandemia de COVID-19. Nuestra agricultura, nuestros sistemas alimentarios y nuestras sociedades rurales deben abrazarla y ser parte de ella, como una condición indispensable de su crecimiento y desarrollo en el siglo XXI. FAO asume el compromiso de ser parte de esta tarea.
كان والدي دائم الابتسام وكان يعمل راعيا للماشية. لقد علمني أن الغذاء هو سبيل السعادة.
Porque los caminos que recorremos se entrelazan, dando vida a una infinita variedad de historias.
Les poissons que je pêche chaque jour, on ne les trouve que dans ces eaux.
我们提供粮食，滋养生命。
E noi dobbiamo nutrire il mondo.
It's time to take action.
We all have a role to play.
Давайте добьемся лучшего в жизни и в обществе повсюду.
We need a food system that sustains lives, the planet, and protects its workers.
لأن مصيرنا واحد، أفعالنا هي مستقبلنا.